Hi, friends. So it's been about 3 months since we did a last live. That almost sounds Catholic, since we did our last confession. And have you got your headphones turned on, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Dee Dee and I were just going to hang out and do some. Dee Dee was going to play some Morrowind, and I was just going to watch and chat with whomever's about and wants to drop in and say hi. So since we last were here, a lot's happened.
And let us know if the sound needs
Yeah,
adjusting.
if you can please let us know, um, what the sound is like, if the levels are equal, and hopefully at some point I'll be able to see the live stream because YouTube isn't showing me. And I'll be able to then see. Oh, there you go. There it is now. So let me see. Where are we? There we go. I'm just checking to see if anybody's in the chat. So where are we, Dee Dee? We're in Morrowind.
We're in Morrowind. We're actually in Ebonheart in the Imperial Cult room.
I might be able to come up just a little bit. It's not too bad though. We're just checking the audio levels here.
Okay.
So so this is, and what's the main character here, Dee Dee? What's happening with?
Oh, the main character?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember.
It's been a while. We normally play Open Skies. Is that how you? Is it Open Skies?
Oh, no. God.
Anyway, it's been, as you can see, it's been a while since we played anything. So
yeah, No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky. That's right.
Yeah,
so we're a bit rusty. Dee
Yeah.
Dee's not rusty playing the game though. She knows Morrowind really well, and Furious Psyops was talking to me on Twitter, DMing me, and mentioned that it would be good to see another live stream, and so I thought that sounds like probably a good idea. And the really odd thing is that
I want this click.
in the last, I haven't done a podcast episode in the last 4 days. Normally I do, lately I've been doing one almost every day, and so I haven't done one for about 4 days, and oddly enough, every time I stop like that, which isn't very often, but every time I stop and give myself a few days of we were kind of busy, and also I was feeling a bit ill with I've got some shingles on my head, which is usually from stress and stuff, and it really makes me very tired, so I haven't really done any podcasts in the last 4 days. And of course, when I do that, when I take this break, my numbers start going up, but when I start doing it again, it just drags along, and I might get one, if I'm lucky, I'll get one person a week. But in the last day, when I haven't been doing anything for 4 days, I got like 7 new members. So that's sort of really sad, and actually says it is basically YouTube telling me if you just shut the F up.
Off.
Yeah, shut the F up and stop talking about anti-imperialism. Then we'll let you have a few members. The algorithms smile sort of kindly on my channel when I'm not doing anything, which is so strange and sad. So anyway, I suppose now that we're doing a live stream, that'll mean everything will come to a screeching halt, I'm sure. So anyhow, so as anybody who follows this channel knows that sadly I had 2 deaths in my immediate family in the last it's been the last, I suppose, 5 months, and the most recent one was my mother, and that's about almost 2 months ago. And it's amazing how time just kind of flies. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
It sort of doesn't seem that long ago, really. And so we're just starting to sort of get used to the idea that we can't call her every day or see her
It's
anymore.
really difficult,
It's very
actually.
difficult, yeah, it
Yeah.
is. And it sort of takes a lot of getting used to. And I think it's one of those things when you lose someone who's close to you like that, that close to you, and I've known Mum all my life, obviously. It's sort of something that you just learn to get used to, rather than you just learn to live with it, really, rather than you never really get over it.
Yeah.
So anyway, what's happening in this particular?
Well, I'm just getting her out of the Imperial cult thing. I'm not sure what she can do anymore. She's running around.
That's a really nice outfit too.
Yeah, it's a very nice outfit. She's a pretty girl.
Anyway, we're just basically hanging out here, and if anybody is around, I realize that it's a lot of our friends from the channel are sort of it's really early in the morning for them, so it's actually oftentimes we're kind of on two different opposite time zones in a way.
Yeah.
So who knows if anybody will be around. But anyhow, you may, if you're not able to join us live, you can, sort of watch it later and sort of, catch up.
Enjoy it, yes.
Catch up and whatever. I've got a little cat on my lap, Nandi, who's our little love lord.
This girl's obviously not much of a jumper. Okay, can do divine intervention. Can I do civi intervention? No. Okay. So, she's hanging out here. I think she'll have to go back through the doors.
What's that, Dee Dee?
I think she'll have to go back down through the doors. Who are you?
What's that?
I'm just asking who this person is.
Uh.
She said, "Don't be shy, she's listening." Ooh, la. What are the rumors? There's unrest in Cyrodiil City.
So hopefully Furious Psyops will be awake already and might see the notification. Who knows? And
yeah. It'd be lovely to see people again because I've kind of missed doing these.
Yeah.
And particularly since I hardly ever do podcasts.
Yeah.
I did one very long one.
But when you do, they're always interesting. Dee Dee's channel is If Life is a Leaf. That's If Life is a Leaf. So feel free to join Dee Dee's channel, and she always does interesting issues. And so check that out and consider subscribing. And if you haven't already subscribed to Faint Signals from Vega, or if you're new and
please
you've
do.
recently joined
It's the best channel in the universe.
Then consider clicking the notifications bell and getting all notifications. But also, if you could consider joining my Substack, because notifications on YouTube are kind of very they're not very reliable, really. So it's best to just join the Substack, and then I usually give notifications. I've left a link in the live chat section, so feel free to join that, and it's all free content. There's no having to pay for anything. It's just that it's more reliable if people use Substack than anything that I'm putting out. You'll definitely get a notification for that in your inbox, if that's okay with you. And so, because YouTube's kind of hopeless, and it really is crushing the exposure, I think, of a lot of different channels that talk about anti-imperialism, and I also talk about veganism and some other social justice issues, whatever really interests me. But of course, anti-imperialism is very, very important, and also Palestinian issues. That's very important. There's a number of issues, of course, that are important, and there needs to be more people talking about it. So if you are informed by various independent journalists, of which I'm not a journalist at all, but if you are and you
But you're an
think you can,
amalgamator of good journalism.
yeah, and you think you can, sort of bring these various journalists to the fore so people can see that there's other things beyond the corporate media, which more and more people are realizing, then, sort of it's a good thing to do, because without that, without us sort of sharing their work, well, it's kind of like it remains in this little echo chamber in a way. So algorithms and all that kind of thing are really sort of crushing, and sometimes even some people, their channel just gets deleted without warning and without any recourse.
Yes,
mine's too small for that.
I found myself unsubscribed to your channel too.
Yes, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Dee Dee was actually a moderator on the channel, and she came to look at one of my videos one day, and she found she was unsubscribed.
Yeah.
And one time, one of the earlier times when I was doing some videos about Palestine, one day there was 20 people unsubscribed, and I don't believe that suddenly somebody feels that the Palestinian, if they're following my channel and they don't have a problem with anti-imperialist issues, and if then why would they have a problem with things about Palestine? So it was very odd that almost in one go 20 people unsubscribed, and apparently that's something that YouTube does every so often to channels, and I think it's just to kind of demoralize people, which of course it works. It certainly does work, but I mean, you just have to keep on going.
Except that people know about it, and
and oddly enough, I don't know if anybody has joined up to Rockfin, which I have joined, but I've actually been trying to get them to allow me to put some content on there, and for some reason I've contacted them a few times now, and they never seem to get back to me. So if anybody knows of a surefire way to get in touch with Rockfin to actually see if I can start putting content up there, just in case at some point YouTube just goes, well, I don't care how big or how small your channel is, if you're doing anti-imperialist stuff, that's the end of you. At least then I have somewhere else where I'm posting content. So if anybody could give any advice on that, I'd appreciate it. Just excuse me for a moment, I just have to get something.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm wandering around in the and looking at things that I might want to steal, or a nice shirt. I have to look at what I can carry. This being one of the main things one does in games like this, is steal stuff. Well, I'll take... And now I'll try and pick some locks. Anyway, we've had a very exciting time watching all the Palestinian stuff. I've been reading... What?
Well, I wouldn't say exciting is the word.
No, yeah. I'm being slightly facetious.
Yeah. Yes, it's been really, that's obviously been a really awful thing.
All you want to do is hear all the horrible things that are going on there. But the amount of and seeming effectiveness of the resistance has been quite good, and the amount of attention people have paid to the issue
Yeah.
is really encouraging.
Yeah, really encouraging. It's the
Yeah.
beginning of the end for the Hasbro narrative that's keeping it all going. And even the corporate media can't really stop it at this point. I think it's too many people that don't even really understand the whole thing know that bombing and killing 67 children in 11 days and 200 altogether is sort of really outrageous. And when they see the visuals of, residential buildings just collapsing because of these bunker buster bombs, and of course they don't, I don't really know if this is true or not, but because I've heard different conflicting stories now, but there was this idea of roof tapping where they would send this sort of short, like a explosive device that would kind of hit the top of a building, that they were going to then bomb in a few minutes. And now I don't know if they actually did that or not, because I've heard conflicting things.
I think a lot of it didn't happen this time.
No, a lot of it didn't happen this time, but I don't actually know if it actually is a thing even. It's just sort of, I'm not sure. So the jury's out for me on that. I don't know if they were actually doing that or not. But anyway, you may have seen a video that I posted on my Twitter, which I was trying to post under various people who are making commentary on on the whole Gaza massacre that was happening a couple of weeks ago. And they, because it's a sort of a shocking video of just, basically somebody's filming these two buildings. One of them gets a roof tap. Hi, Michael. How are you? Michael's joined us, and he's one of the moderators on Status Quo. How are you, Michael?
Oh, hi, Michael. We love Status Quo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just talking, Michael, about the roof tapping of the buildings, and I'm saying I'm not exactly sure if it was something that was actually done in past times in Gaza, or whether that's something that was done or not. But anyway, there is this video of a roof tapping incident where they tapped the roof with this small explosive device, and then a few minutes later the whole building came down, and then they bombed the next building. And this is an example of not only, it's just outrageous, but of course it's precision bombing. When you hear things like, there's some unintended casualties, that's absolutely nonsense. They have precision bombs. They've got 3.8 billion with a B military aid from the US every year, and during the massacre they got an extra 735 million, and they've had Anthony Blinken going over to make sure that they continue that military aid, and they have precision weapons. It's the apartheid Israel regime is a nuclear-powered ethno-supremacist regime that has a worse than apartheid situation for Palestinians, whether they're in Gaza or in the occupied territories, and they continue to colonize and settle more and more Palestinian land. There's mostly refugees in Gaza who wish to return and have participated in the Great March of Return in 2018, and there was literally hundreds and hundreds of people killed in that, including children, and there was also thousands of people wounded. I'm talking about probably 9,000 to 10,000 people wounded, and they were all unarmed, and they were just marching for the right to return to their land as refugees, that they have a right, that they were driven out, first driven out at the Nakba, that was 1948, and then it's been a genocide ever since, and that is something that the world is now waking up to, that it's, okay, Michael. Michael says he won't be able to stay long.
I see that, and he's also said he knows about the roof tapping.
Yeah.
And that it's not consistent. And
no.
They don't give people much time.
No.
Yeah.
They don't.
I've heard many stories of them not giving people any time.
No, they haven't
and
this time.
And targeting houses. And,
yeah.
I mean, one of the problems, of course, is that Hamas is the government of Gaza, so anyone associated with the government or any kind of public service is a member of Hamas.
Well, that they
So
consider a member of
basically,
Hamas.
everybody is a
Yeah,
member of Hamas.
that's right. They
So they
consider.
feel like they can hit anybody, and that's perfectly justified.
Yeah, yeah. And that's also a marketing strategy of using Hamas in when you talk about there was some documents that were released, secret documents that, or maybe they weren't so secret, that there was a actually marketing research group that was saying to people to use the word Hamas when you talk about the Palestinian issue, because then people don't think that you're targeting Palestinians. They think that you're targeting a particular, in quotes, terrorist group. That, even though that's the government, Hamas is the government. Whether people like it or not, that's the case. And so they use that term Hamas intentionally so that they can just bomb willy-nilly all over Gaza, which is literally the length, twice the length of Central Park in New York City and 5 miles wide. So they're bombing one of the most densely populated areas in the world in a very, very small area of literally 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. 2 million people live there, and half of them are children. And that's what the apartheid state of Israel, the Israeli government, by the way, which is now seems to have an even more genocidal member now. Is it Bennett? Who?
Yeah.
And he actually said something like, I've killed Arabs and I have no problem with that. Something like that. That's his attitude.
He's always been a big advocate and supporter of the settler movement. And he's really into moving, into really doing an ethnic cleansing on the West Bank.
Yeah,
and in Jerusalem.
Yeah, so it's just
far like more so than Netanyahu.
Yeah, it's just like the U.S. government. Doesn't matter which major party is involved. There's an unelected government that flows through both parties. And that is the government that basically runs things. Doesn't matter who the front puppet is. And the same thing goes with Israel, with that government there. It's really just gets worse and worse. Whoever gets in is actually usually trying to please the most right-wing genocidal members. There's a lot of people, sadly, who have full-on genocidal wishes against Palestinians. They just want them gone. And you can see that as evidenced in Abby Martin's interviews with people in Tolerance Square, which is so funny, the irony of that. She went there. Abby Martin is a filmmaker, journalist who went into Tolerance Square in Jerusalem, and she was interviewing just people, just wasn't cherry picking anybody, just interviewing various people in Tolerance Squares and from different age groups, and the sort of genocidal stuff that was coming out of their mouths was just jaw-dropping. And Michael was saying, imagine your house getting tapped in the middle of the night. You wake up and know what is coming, no way to get out. It strikes me as additional layer of terror. Exactly. And with that, there was some families, like 12 plus members of a family in one residential building were all killed. They didn't get any double tapping, even if that is actually a thing that happens in the past. Their whole building came down. They were all killed in the middle of the night, including mostly children under 14.
The doctor's family?
The doctor's family, yep.
Yeah.
Mostly children under 14. And the whole residential buildings just dropped. And in the middle of the day, in broad daylight for everyone to see.
Yeah.
And then they also dropped, bunker busted, bombed the AP and Al Jazeera building, which is so that they can try and eliminate any sort of information coming out of Gaza. So it's a way of censoring the information coming out of Gaza. So it's actually it's such a horror story. But the good thing about what's happened recently is that it's like that saying, you can't fool all the people all of the time. Well, this is one of those times where in 2014 there was over 2,000 people were killed during it was a 51-day thing. I'm not sure, but it was actually
days, I think. Yeah.
And most of them,
That's
there was a
the
lot of them actually.
2014 one,
A
yeah.
quarter of them were children. There was 550 children were killed. They ran out of spaces in the morgue, and they had to start putting them in these little freezer sections in shops. Basically, that's where they had to put children that had been killed by these bombs. So that was shocking enough, and I think things started. There seemed to be a crack in the veneer, but then it went on. The Hasbro was full on out there trying to keep the narratives strongly on. It's a conflict in quotes. It's a war in quotes. It's we have a right to defend ourselves. That old sort of tired thing that they say.
Always say.
But since then, this particular thing I think is the beginning of the end, because a lot of people have woken up that this isn't what it appears to be. Even when they've heard all the continual corporate narrative about this, it doesn't make sense to them. So that's a great thing. And now there's been literally 200,000, wasn't there, Dee Dee, came out to march in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
In London, 200,000 people. I mean, that's a sort of an amazing
That's pretty
thing.
astounding number of people. Yeah.
So it's
particularly since they're really pushing that. Any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
I think it's also become very clear that it's not a case of every criticism is anti-Semitism. I think people are realizing that's utter nonsense.
Yeah.
That there is a difference between
there's a difference
Judaism
between Zionism.
And Zionism.
Exactly.
And that there's an awful lot of Jewish people who are opposed to Zionism.
That's right. It's actually,
I think,
it's totally against Judaism, actually, is Zionism.
Israel, David Weiss has been
the rabbi
doing a lot of things. Yeah, he's been working with Naturia Karta and coming out to demonstrations with all of the rabbinical school, basically standing up against Zionism and that's great.
It is. He's been really amazing, and his that group that comes out. There's a whole group of them, a whole group of young training rabbis and older rabbis. They all come out and do these regular protests against Zionism.
And they've come from Jerusalem, I think. I think that's where Rabbi Weiss was from.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically left because of Zionism.
Yeah. Well, yes, because if you're actually any sort of leftist even, or if you're anti-Zionist, life can become pretty hellish, really, for you. Actually, I will, I'll post this link in the live chat section. People might want to look at. If you're not watching this live, you can check out this link, and I've actually posted this one of Rabbi Yisrael David Weiss speaking in Jersey City in New Jersey, and it's a really, really worthwhile seeing it. He regularly does talks like this, and it sort of gives you an idea of what Zionism is and what Judaism is, and how they're incompatible, and in fact that Zionism is actually anti-Semitic. I mean, that's the bottom line. And yet the narrative that the Hasbro put out, the Israeli government, the corporate media are trying to push now, is that anybody who criticizes Israel, and that means the apartheid state of Israel, that is anti-Semitic. They won't even call it an apartheid state, even though the Human Rights Watch brought out a recent report which is 214 pages of how Israel is at the very least an apartheid state, and even further, B'Tselem, which is a human rights group in a respected human rights group in Israel, has actually put out a report a few months before Human Rights Watch put out this report. And said that, actually the name of the report by Human Rights Watch is called The Threshold Crossed, so check that out online. You can read that. It's a 214-page report, and Norman Finkelstein has actually talked about that report. He's read the whole thing, so you can find him talking about that. But B'Tselem in Israel has also put out a report that goes further than saying it's apartheid, and says it's a Jewish supremacist state, which in fact even Netanyahu, who I think is lost now and he's not the Prime Minister of Israel, he actually has said as much. There's a quote that I often put up, which he once said this: Israel is not a state for all its citizens. Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people and them alone, end quote. So, it's very obviously, he considers it a state only for Jews, and so he's basically anybody else who isn't, and that includes black Jewish people, even though he says
Christians.
that. And Christians, so like there's a lot of Palestinians that are Christians.
Yes.
There's basically, and imagine if...
There's also an incredible amount of racism between the European Jews and, for example, the Yemeni Jews, the Moroccan Jews, and the other Jews who came from Middle Eastern countries.
Right.
There's some really interesting things about how quite often they are mistaken for Palestinian, and so they get harassed on a regular basis. And then they say, no, I'm a Moroccan Jew or whatever, I'm a citizen. And they go, oh, okay. But it happens to them all the time.
Right.
I've forgotten who it was talking about taking a cab and having the driver go through that, having to get stopped, checked, guns pointed at him, and the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then he says, no, I'm an Israeli citizen, I'm Jewish.
Right.
And the guy, oh, okay then. And the journalist who was with him says, does this happen often? And he says, all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, in a disgusting kind of way.
Yeah.
Ironic, I suppose, is the best word for it.
Yeah.
And it's similar to, I had a friend who would get beaten up. He was in England. He would get beaten up as a Pakistani, although he was an Iranian Jew, and he just looked Pakistani, and that's why discrimination generally talks about whether you're discriminating against people because they seemed to fit a certain thing, rather than because they necessarily do.
Yeah.
And Michael was saying that any and all pro-Palestinian protests in Germany were immediately condemned as anti-Semitic.
Oh, let me say goodbye to Michael. He's just about to go. Thanks, Michael, for dropping by. And lovely to see you.
Thanks, Michael.
And Michael's from Germany,
Yeah, we'll definitely keep the focus on that. I think looking at some of the things...
Have a good day, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Your name might have given away that you have German ancestry. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's where you're living.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we're
living in Australia, and neither of us is Aboriginal.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're trying to keep an eye on obviously, although there was a ceasefire in quotes that happened recently, and it actually wasn't a ceasefire. It just continued on, and there was 500 Palestinians all rounded up, as a sort of a revenge kind of roundup of Palestinians.
Is this after the last?
After that recent ceasefire. 2,000 have been rounded up.
2,000 people were rounded up.
Oh, okay. So 2,000 people rounded up.
I saw that figure just recently.
And then, of course,
not all of them were charged, but they were all arrested.
And there continues
detained.
To be young people
killed. They're all
killed.
Detained, as they say.
Yeah.
I think about 600 of them are still detained.
Right.
And 380 have been arrested.
Yeah. And so as usual.
Have a nice day if you're going, Michael.
As you would expect, this will continue as it has. It was going on before people were aware that there was this full-on massacre, and then it will continue on that way. It's just how it is for Palestinians in that ethno-supremacist nuclear armed state, which is genocidal, and that's just how it's going to continue on.
Yeah, it's an ethno-state. Settler colonialist apartheid state.
Yeah.
So Michael has said there's a status quo members call. He's giving you
Oh,
a heads
really?
up.
Oh, when's that, Michael? Because
Next Tuesday.
oh, next Tuesday. Okay, I'll have to drop
Thanks
in
so
on
much,
that. Thanks,
Michael, for
Michael.
letting her know.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to post this link to Eye on Palestine, which is an account on Instagram which regularly has the crimes against humanity. They're crimes against humanity. That's what they are. That's what B'Tselem said they are. That's what Human Rights Watch, I think, has said they are. And so if you check out Eye on Palestine on Instagram, it regularly has videos of awful things. I mean, I have them, all their notifications on, and literally every day there's some awful thing. There's some child that's been shot, children that have been taken to prison that are just because they've been in the wrong just because they're Palestinian. Any excuse basically to harass, torture and murder children. That's what is happening and has been happening for a very long time. That's why it's so obviously a genocidal nation. And you can see it's just an ongoing genocide.
Well,
and so
the whole point of Israel was, or the Zionist project was to basically push out the people who were already living there.
Yeah.
The non-Jewish people who were already living there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Jewish people,
the indigenous people,
kind of pretty second class. Have a nice day, Michael. Anyway, yeah, I mean, because the Jewish people who were already living there were actually getting on with people.
Yes. They were getting on with, exactly.
They were getting on. They were living with these people, in the same country, under the same conditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much at peace.
Yeah. And
it wasn't
in
until
Jerusalem,
Zionism and they declared this was the Jewish state or the Jewish homeland.
Yeah.
But I mean, Jewish people had moved in and out of that area throughout the last 2,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah. And sadly, because they wanted to, did he?
Yeah.
Because they wanted to, after the Nakba, they wanted to sort of bring in more and more Jews from all over the world. They actually, there's actually sort of creations of calamities against Jews, like anti-Semitic attacks, that it would drive Jews.
They did false flag
Jewish
things
people,
in Iraq and that kind of thing.
Yeah, because they wanted to displace the indigenous people of the land that had been. Basically, Israel had been built over the top of the indigenous people that were living there, which are the Palestinians. Yeah. And it's been...
Which is so ironic because, Baghdad was one of the biggest populations of Jewish people in the world.
Yeah.
And a lot of those people had government jobs and that kind of thing. And I won't say there weren't ever ethnic tensions.
Yeah.
There were plenty of ethnic tensions within Iraq. I mean, the whole way Iraq was formulated by the British was designed to create ethnic tensions.
Yeah, yeah. Also, I wanted to bring people's attention to Yasha Levine, who he often talks about he's Russian, and he's a Russian immigrant to the United States, and I feel very sorry for him that his parents picked that place because it's such a mess. But anyway, he's actually got a Substack that you have to pay for. That's behind a paywall. Some of it is, and he often talks about the Jewish, the Jews that had moved to Israel thinking that it was going to be better there, and of course they were encouraged to do that, and it turned out a lot of them went back. They left again because it was so racist. I mean, he's done a number of sort of really good sort of posts about Jewish settlement and Russia and stuff. It's actually very interesting. So I'm going to it's called Immigrants as a Weapon. That's the name of the his Substack.
One of the interesting things that I've come across a lot is that a lot of the Jewish people who went to Israel initially really liked that socialist idea of things like the kibbutz.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they had quite strong socialist kind of principles.
Yeah.
And they were there for a while, and then they saw the way Israel was becoming more and more right-wing.
Yeah.
And have since left because it's just too right-wing for them. It's neo-fascist, and so they've left, not necessarily because, basically because they've figured it's becoming a fascist state. And you get people like Albert Einstein and a whole lot of Jewish people who basically said it's a fascist state.
Yeah, and that was a long time ago.
And that was a long time ago.
Yeah, so it's only gotten worse.
And people like Yehudi Menuhin, who refused to come. They wanted him to come to the Knesset and award him some big thing and have him play. I mean, he was a famous musician at the time, and he said no.
Yeah. But anyway, there's a lot of there's about 600 different musicians now have boycotted Israel because of this recent thing, and of course I think then they realized that this has been going on a lot longer.
I think it's the recent awareness of all this stuff.
And they've realized that it's been going on a lot longer than that. Of course, people like Roger Waters from Pink Floyd has known about this a long time, and there's there's some other musicians, a small few have kind of known about this for a long time, and Roger Waters has been incredibly outspoken, and he's tried to get various other musicians, like I think he actually asked, what was his name, Stephen from what's his name, Bruce Springsteen's group. You can see I'm not into Bruce Springsteen. The E Street Band, I think it is. What's the name of that guy who played Silvio in The Sopranos? Stephen. Anyway, you probably know, if you live in the United States, you probably know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And he asked this guy, Stephen Van Zandt, is it? Yeah, Stephen Van Zandt. He asked him, would he consider, kind of coming along with him on this, against this apartheid state of Israel, and Stephen Van Zandt apparently said to Roger Waters, I'm really worried about you, Roger, because, like, basically, in other words, saying he thinks that he's going to end his career by actually speaking out against this. Well, actually, he's not wrong.
Of course, Vanessa Redgrave, that happened.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
But that's really not. These people, like Stephen Van Zandt, has a lot of money. I mean, he's been playing with Bruce Springsteen for like 30 or more years, I think. He's also done The Sopranos for like 9 years, and that would have paid really well. He's got probably hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's not like, and he's actually, he's advanced in years, so it's not like he's going to suddenly find himself in a wasteland or homeless or something if he speaks out and they cut him off at the knees, which is what happens to various people who speak out against Palestine, as far as speak out against apartheid Israel. So, but the thing is, he wouldn't go along with him, and that's all he said to Roger Waters. So that's unfortunate. And then you've got Bruce Springsteen pretending to be some sort of a working class person, and he's rolling in dough, hanging out with Barack Obama on a podcast. This is what happens to celebrities over and over again. They get so much money, they end up in a little bubble, and then all they want to do is protect capitalism and go along with the Democratic Party. That's a lot of celebrities, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
They just do whatever the Democratic Party wants them to do. They like rubbing elbows with power, and power likes rubbing elbows with celebrity.
Yeah.
And so they're a tight little group. They're part of, this very, very wealthy small group of people, and they protect capitalism.
Yeah.
And they protect, and the Democratic Party is getting funding by AIPAC, the Israel lobby, and so they have, there's a symbiotic relationship between the U.S. and Israel. The U.S. empire gets the Israel to cooperate and do its proxy wars in the Middle East and bomb Iran, occasionally, like bombs through Mossad, killing nuclear scientists or whatever, or bombing Syria. Israel does a lot of the U.S. dirty work in the Middle East or in Western Asia is probably a better name for it. And then the Israel then gets to continue on its displacement and ethnic cleansing, its genocide of Palestinians, and increasing its borders, and running, basically destroying the lives, the infrastructure, and everything of Palestinians. So, and then the U.S. looks the other way. So they have this symbiotic relationship that goes on and on and on. And this is why the U.S. continues to give them military aid, $3.8 billion, billion with a B, every year, so that they can continue on help the U.S. with their hegemony in Western Asia. So it's a really sort of a sick and very suitable relationship, because, for example, the two closest allies of the U.S. empire is Israel, which is a ethno-supremacist nuclear-powered state, which is doing a genocide of Palestinians, and Saudi Arabia, a head-chopping monarchy, which where you know what I mean. They're their two closest allies.
Yeah.
What does that say about the U.S.? And the U.S. has got all the 14 defining characteristics of fascism. So, it's like, they belong together. And, speaking of what is it, the something, what did George Bush call it? The something of evil, the axis of evil. I mean, if ever there was an axis of evil, it's Saudi
the
Arabia.
U.S., Israel, and Saudi Arabia.
The irony of that.
And, of course,
or the
England and NATO.
But the troika of tyranny is, was it Bolton or somebody called... other countries, well, they should call those three. Troika, is that like 3, 2? Troika?
What?
That the word troika, I don't know what that means.
Troika. Troika is actually like a sled.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we might as well. I don't know where we are now at the game, Dee Dee. What do you?
Oh yeah, I know where we are.
Okay, what's happening with the game now?
You really want to know? Okay, I'm in the puzzle canal.
The puzzle canal.
Yeah. This is in the Temple of Vivek.
Uh-huh.
And I've come into this temple, and there are all these little hatches here.
Right.
That you can get out of. And let's see, where am I? I don't know where I am now, but I can go to level 4 there. Can I? What happens if I go back? Go back to the same place.
Before we talk about something else, I just wanted to bring people's attention to the filmmaker journalist Abby Martin's documentary Gaza Fights for Freedom, and you can find that at GazaFightsForFreedom.com, and you can watch it free online, and you can also watch it free on YouTube. So I put a link to the actual GazaFightsForFreedom.com in the live stream chat section, so you can go to that and check out that amazing and very powerful and very disturbing documentary about what's happening in Gaza for the 2 million residents there that are in an open-air prison there and cannot leave. Find out about that. And also there's an interview I did with Max Blumenthal and Dan Cohen. Max Blumenthal is an independent journalist, and so is Dan Cohen, and they did a documentary called Killing Gaza about 3 years ago. And I did an interview with them.
And that's a very good video also.
It is. It's a very good documentary about the 2014 bombing of Gaza, which killed 2,000 people and 550 of them were children.
Yeah. You mentioned that Abby's film is mostly about the March of Great Return.
Yes, it's mostly about the March of Great Return, and incredible footage in there. Incredible.
That was really, Palestine's attempt to do a non-violent. People were saying, "Don't do violence, don't do." So they did a big non-violent action.
Yes.
And Israel just sat there with snipers and shot people.
That's right. Just executed people, including children, including medics, including paraplegics in wheelchairs. Including journalists, even though they clearly had marked on their chests that they were press. The woman, Razan al-Najir, who was a medic, a young woman, a feminist who was basically, she had her hands up in the air. She had that she was a medic on her clothing, and they just shot her in the back, right through the heart. As she was running away, she actually had been attending.
They targeted them. It was very definitely targeting those people They
Yeah.
targeted people's knees because
Yes.
if you shoot somebody in the leg, they can recover their movement. If you shoot somebody in the knee, you pretty much destroy that leg's ability to work.
That's right, and they use a
Yeah.
special bullet too that actually shatters that area.
Yeah.
So they use a special sort of a munitions that actually destroys people's limbs, so that they can't, even when they get to the hospital, it cannot be fixed. So you'll find there'll be many hundreds of people in, Palestinians who are amputees, and that's an intentional thing to make it very hard for them to actually work. And mind you, there's 50% unemployment in Gaza because of the blockade, because of the siege that's been going on for 15 years now, where they can't even rebuild homes that are being bombed because they can't get cement into Gaza. They have boundaries around the area where Palestinians fish. They go out in their boats and they're fired upon by the Israeli government, by the occupational forces. It's basically a complete. It's just a nightmare, really. They've actually been told by, I think somebody's Diddy. I think someone's attacking you in the game.
No, I'm okay.
They've actually been told
I'm dying underwater.
The UN has said that Gaza is going to be unlivable by 2020. Well, now it's 2021. So it's absolutely. And Patnick, hi Patnick, has joined us in the chat.
Hi,
and
hi Patnick.
Patnick said, wasn't it recently the anniversary this year of Ilyad Halak, a 32-year-old autistic man who was shot by the IDF? I'm afraid I'm not aware of that particular
Yes, I'm not sure
person,
about that.
but I know there was a man who I watched this video of him. He'd actually already, he didn't have any legs, and he was in a wheelchair, and he didn't have any legs because he'd already been maimed by occupational forces, the Israeli occupational forces, and so he was in his wheelchair at the Great March of Return. I'll think of his name soon, and he was just, doing what the Palestinians do because this is all they have. He's swinging rocks through a sling, and he's way, way back from the fence. This fence, this demarcation line that the Israeli IDF, the occupational forces, have put there, and they just shot him in his wheelchair. He had no legs. He was in a wheelchair, and they shot him in the wheelchair and killed him.
Yeah.
And he was actually making ends meet by washing cars because that's all he could do, because he'd been maimed like that
regularly.
So he would wash cars, and this is what they did to him. So this is the sort of cowardly and brutishly sadistic occupation that Palestinians are under, where you cannot non-violently protest. Nobody had any weapons. They had at the most rocks, and they would burn tires to cause a smoke screen so that the snipers couldn't snipe them. But that, of course, didn't work, and hundreds and hundreds of people were killed, and also 9,000 or something people were wounded, and some of them just like that man who was shot in the wheelchair. Anyway, and I'll just try and find out, and that's not uncommon for them to shoot people that are in wheelchairs. It's not uncommon for them to shoot children and make jokes about it and have them in the crosshairs. In fact, I actually saw a video recently of this was probably it could have been around the Great March of Return in 2018, and there was a discussion between this IDF guard and this IDF soldier and this other soldier. They had this young man in the crosshairs, and they said they were making jokes about shooting him, and then one of them shot the guy in the head or something, and he dropped to the ground, and then he laughed and he said, look, he flung up in the air, and they were making jokes about it.
Yeah.
This is the sort of...
They're incredibly sadistic.
Well, that they have basically demonized a group to the point where they see them as less subhuman, and so they can do anything that they wish.
I think it also comes down to that, something similar to that Stanford experiment, where they took the students and put half of them in a cell and half of them as guards, and the ones who were guards ended up starting to be actually really viciously sadistic to the ones in prison.
Yeah.
Even though it was a psychology experiment and they were all students, and they had to stop it, and it's actually become kind of a scandalous experiment that people talk about in psychology all the time. The Stanford experiment, anybody can Google it.
Yeah.
But I think this is the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
You have these people who are given all this power over these people, and they can do anything they want.
Yeah, but they've also been indoctrinated too, right from kindergarten. Apparently, from kindergarten they're indoctrinated, and then they're forced to actually join the IDF when
everybody is drafted.
Everybody has to, and that's why a lot of rabbis, a lot of Orthodox Jews are thrown in prison because they refuse to join and do that compulsory. That's one of the things
that the two people, both Bennett and I've forgotten the name of the other fellow who's become president, who was on this deal to displace Netanyahu. They want to change the law to force the Orthodox Jews to serve in the military. Because they say, well, that's not really okay. But yes, I mean, one of the things they did in this last attack, of course, is what they always kind of do, but they blasted all the roads on the way to the hospital, and they blasted refugee centers and children's centers.
They blasted a Palestinian. Yes, they blasted the Palestinian Youth Fund or something. I mean, they blasted the Médecins Sans Frontières hospital. I mean, they actually damaged 17 hospitals, Didi. I think they damaged 17 hospitals. And they knocked down...
Or medical centers,
that's right, medical centers, because they don't have that many hospitals, do they? And
but they killed two of the most senior surgeons in the hospital, in the main hospital.
And one of them was a COVID sort of, he was focusing on COVID.
And that's the other thing. Was the chief internist. And, the thing is, the Israelis know they target, they have information, they send drones in to watch people, and they know when they go home, where they'll strike them at home. They know it's intentional.
Well, it was intentional killing that doctor who was actually working on COVID, and that's the other thing too.
And the chief internist.
And that's the other thing too. There's a medical apartheid in Israel because they've vaccinated most. They're actually the leading vaccinated country, except for Palestinians. They actually don't vaccinate Palestinians, even though they're an occupying force, and they're actually, by law, they're supposed to be looking after in that way the occupied people. Of course, that's a joke because they're committing a genocide there, but that's what they're supposed to be doing. But they actually refuse to vaccinate Palestinians, and so COVID is actually now. I think I'm not exactly sure what's happening with COVID there now, but I imagine that it's probably pretty bad. And of course, if the variants, which they seem to be, carrying on throughout the world now, the variants of COVID, if it gets into and it's more contagious than the original virus, then that's going to be absolutely, and that's exactly what they would love. I'm sorry to say that, isn't it, Didi? They'd love for COVID to ravage Gaza and East Jerusalem and the occupied territories. They would love that because that's the whole intent, is to eventually get rid of Palestinians, get rid of all of those people, all the people that they consider subhuman, which is not only just Palestinians, it's black immigrants, isn't it, Didi?
It's black Jewish people. Because there's a lot of Jewish people in Africa. I mean, originally, one of the Zionist ideas was to actually have the homeland be in Uganda. They were going to go to Uganda and displace people.
Wasn't even Tasmania seen as a place?
No, WA.
Was it?
WA.
Oh, okay.
And the Kimberleys. That probably would have worked out better for them in so many ways.
Yeah, it probably would have.
Except Australia didn't want to really give up the Kimberleys for them.
Yeah. It's the old not in my backyard thing. But that was actually like a perfect, like it was a perfect thing to create that state in the middle of all of that, so that they could use that state and arm that state to actually carry out their U.S. imperialist interests in that region. I mean, it's like it was a perfect thing, really.
Yeah.
And like Joe Biden,
it was actually
Joe
the British
Biden's
imperialist interest.
Right, that's right.
Because after World War One, basically, the British lost control. They had control of Egypt, although it was still part of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire had basically let the British control it, and that allowed them to control the Suez Canal and stuff.
Right.
But the Egyptians were becoming independent, so the British wanted to maintain the Mandate of Palestine.
Yeah.
And have that as being their imperial place, the place for their interest.
Yeah, well, wasn't it Joe Biden who said about 2 or 3 decades ago, said if Israel hadn't already existed, we would have had to have created one. Basically, they needed.
Well, the U.S. took over all the British imperialist interests, basically.
Yeah.
And that actually fitted into their, geostrategic interests.
Yeah.
To have that as a point where they could, launch things from.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just play actually a little bit of that through my phone, Dee Dee. I'll play it into my microphone.
Okay.
That thing of Joe Biden saying that. If I can load this thing here. Yeah. Oh, it says I'm offline on my thing. There we go. Anyway, where are you from, Pat Nick? We haven't seen you before. Okay,
still
let's
there,
see.
Pat?
Let me see if I can play this through the thing, Dee Dee.
Okay.
We stop those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
Anyway, so I don't know if you heard that. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. So that's the symbiotic relationship they have. Anyway, so I've left a link to that. Where were we now with the? Anyhow, as if you're not really aware of this issue, it's really important to become aware. If you're listening to this and you're sort of thinking, oh, I don't know what I think about this. Isn't this anti-Semitic to talk about Israel and to criticize it? Isn't this sort of, isn't it anti-Semitic to, criticize Zionism and all that sort of stuff? If you really don't understand it, I suggest that you check out the 7 must-watch programs from the Empire Files, and I'll leave a link in the information section, because it's really important that people get to understand and get beyond the incredible and widespread propaganda about what's going on in Israel.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we're not going to be able to. Change cannot happen from within that country. They're too far gone now. They've been so indoctrinated to hate the Palestinian people because that serves the state. It also serves the U.S. empire. And so, the corporate media just serve U.S. empire. They promote national security state talking points. So there is a tremendous amount of misinformation, disinformation, psyops and everything to keep this Israel, to keep the apartheid state going, to help Israel eventually
to eliminate any kind of criticism.
Yes,
of Israel.
To eliminate any sort of criticism, and you only have to see what happened to Jeremy Corbyn. They used this faulty and this faulty sort of an IHRA definition of what anti-Semitism is, which is it's a false. It's about criticizing Israel as considered anti-Semitic, which is a rubbish.
I mean, honestly, what other nation that has in recent times basically taken over land, displaced the local population, set up laws that make certain people
like Australia, like we came over here and displaced the indigenous population,
well, yes,
did a genocide.
Those things happened. There's a lot of settler colonial states.
Yeah.
Canada,
the US.
well, basically all of the Americas, pretty much, are settler colonial states.
Yeah.
Australia's a settler colonial states, but there haven't been a lot of settler colonial states. I mean, South Africa, of course, is a settler colonial state, but there haven't been a lot of settler colonial states that happened since World War II.
Yeah.
Yeah. World War II was basically supposed to be anti-imperialist.
I'm just going to get myself a cup of tea.
Okay.
Because I've been yapping for the last hour.
Oh my, we have. Yap. Is anybody still there? I don't know.
Yeah, there's 5 people watching.
Oh, okay.
That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, the idea that anybody would look at this kind of behavior and think it's okay. The UN clearly doesn't think it's okay. Pat Nick has just said, oh God, yes, the report on Corbyn was completely debunked. Pat Nick said, oh God, yes, that report on Corbyn was completely debunked, but the damage was indelible, all because he stood against apartheid and supported the rights for Palestine. Brit voted. Pat is British, and he voted for Corbyn. Yeah, well, I mean, any sensible person would have. He had actually really quite good policies. But, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish members, I think, of Labour who were objecting to this whole notion that it was anti-Semitic. Yeah. Including Jewish people.
Yes, but anybody
was
actually questioning that narrative.
Yeah, they can't hear you because you're wandering around feeding cats. Yeah. Yes, that must have been so discouraging when they did that to Corbyn, Pat Nick. I mean, it's just disgusting. Yeah.
They actually, instead of saying what rubbish.
Yeah. Instead of saying what rubbish, and they played along with it, and then they took it. Yeah. Certain celebrities also called for an inquiry. People I used to respect. Yeah. I think there's such a weird conservative backlash happening in the UK. I have no idea how they could have voted for Johnson. For God's sake, like he's such a shite, and so disgusting, and yet people vote. It's like I don't understand how people in Australia vote for Morrison.
Yeah, we were horrified.
We were horrified.
I mean, not that the Labour Party's anything to talk about, but...
No, but a lot of people were really hoping, oh, good, that election, the last election, they'd get rid of the awful conservative government we have, which is kind of religious and weird. And we expected, because all of the polls were saying that that the Labour Party would win. And then when the Conservatives won, I think people had like bought a bottle of wine to have a party afterwards and ended up drinking it just to get out of it, because God Almighty, why would you elect these people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and England is
but
the
there's
same.
people voting for them. That's the scary thing.
People vote for them.
Like
Why?
I can understand
who are these people?
exactly, but that's the thing. That's the more frightening thing.
It's frightening to know that people you meet day to day might have voted for those people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got I think he believes in the rapture. He's sort of
he's an evangelical.
Yeah.
He's a Pentecostal Christian.
Yeah. He probably is in the Mike Pompeo camp. And Sir Patnick said, the Brexit obsession, as much as I don't want to simplify, the Liberals in Australia write, sorry if I got it wrong, I used to follow Friendly Geordies a bit. Yeah, the Liberals in Australia, yes, they're in government, and we're kind of a little horrified that whoever's voted them in, because, I mean, Labor Party is kind of worse than useless in a way and is a neoliberal party, but the Liberal Party
you have to understand that in Australia the names of the political parties are ironic. The Liberal Party is actually the most the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
They're very right-wing, absolutely laissez-faire, capitalist, generally kind of warmongers.
Yeah.
They're all for austerity. This is the Liberal, and they hate any kind of minorities.
Yes.
They're right. They're anti-migrant. They're anti-Aboriginal Native people. They're anti-gay and lesbian people.
Yeah.
They're anti any kind of minority, really.
And the Labor Party has been sort of selling out unions in a way for a while.
They've been selling out unions and working people for a long time.
Yeah, and they're just a neoliberal party, and I mean, we've had some insight into them in the inner workings of the branches and stuff, and they really they just pretend like they give people a say in their party through these branches, but really if you say something that is not in keeping with neoliberal ideas, well, they just blow you off, don't they, Didi?
Yeah.
It's just they're useless. I think
we've been branch members of
than useless,
or members of the Labour Party, and and into the
federal branch is like the state branch here of the Labour Party is pretty good. There's a few actual progressives in there, isn't there, Didi?
Yeah, but they can't do very much.
No.
Partly because a lot of the things are federal, and partly because the federal Labour Party overrides the branches.
And the Tasmanian Greens Party, like the leader there, Cassie O'Connor, who's good on trans issues and stuff, is actually nowhere.
That's because her son is trans.
Yeah, because her son is trans, and she's good on some environmental issues, but she's absolutely clueless on any sort of international politics. She was smearing Julian Assange.
Yeah.
On Twitter. I had a back and forth with her, and I ended up blocking her because she was just like literally putting out these unhinged sort of U.S. national security state talking points about Julian Assange. She also, I think, is on board with the anti-China propaganda. I mean, these people have no excuse, really.
An example of how weird some of this stuff is one of the members of Labour left in New South Wales. She was the assistant shadow prime minister or deputy prime minister. On Invasion Day, we have a thing where Australia Day is on the day when when Captain Cook came into Botany Bay.
Yeah.
And Native people call it Invasion Day, and they said this is not a day to celebrate. Yeah, a lot of people suggest that a much better day would be when Australia became a republic. But no, they push for this Australia Day, which is Invasion Day. And on that day, what's the name? What's her name? The shadow.
The
The deputy prime minister for the Labour Party.
Isn't that Tanya Plibersek?
Yeah, Tanya Plibersek. She put out in Twitter that she thought it would be a great idea to force children to have some sort of
Pledge.
salute to the flag.
A pledge, yeah.
A pledge of allegiance to the flag. I mean, for God's sake.
Yeah, this is on Australia
And this
Day.
is the left wing of the Labour Party.
Yeah, yeah.
And she announced this on Invasion Day.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you couldn't make this
Yeah,
up.
the Murdoch press is an absolute nightmare here.
Yeah.
One of our ex-prime ministers,
Kevin Rudd.
put out something about that. He's actually engaging in a campaign against
I actually did a video
the
on
Murdoch
that.
media.
I did a video on that a couple of days ago called Murdoch Media Empire and the Rabid Promotion of Normalization of Hate in Australia. That was sort of where he's basically was calling out what they were saying, what the Murdoch press reported on the assassination attempt of the Taking the Initiative member Sasha Johnson, the Black Lives Matter activist, and all in the comments section of this particular article by the Murdoch press,
there's hundreds of comments.
9,000 comments were all kind of trolly, hateful comments about
laughing and saying good, you know.
good, and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
they wouldn't remove them.
No, they wouldn't remove them. And they're constantly drumming up. They basically equate Black Lives Matter, not the organization, but the movement, with trying to destroy capitalism. Well, I mean, I hope that would be great. If I think that the Black Lives Matter movement actually became something else. It became more than just about the occupational forces, which is the militarized police of black people and the executing of black people every day. It became a lot more about neoliberalism and the awful things that are happening before COVID and during
so
COVID.
much of that is tied into the structural reasons that black people are in such a bad position.
Yeah, that's right.
Without the bigotry.
Yes.
But Holly's here, Tricia.
Hi, Jenny. Hi,
and
Holly.
Jenny. Hi.
Lovely to see you.
Good morning. It's late at night here.
We've spent the last hour talking about
9:30.
Palestine, or the last hour and a bit talking about Palestinian issues and stuff.
But we're here to hang around for a little bit. We've missed people.
Yes, we've missed people. And then we were just talking about the Murdoch press, just how they did just such a dreadful thing with this Sasha Johnson thing, and allowing 9,000 awful, hateful, racist comments, and they wouldn't take it down. And the Murdoch press now has become, here in Australia, is as bad as Fox News now, isn't it, really?
Oh, it's probably worse in some senses. Because they control virtually most of the mainstream newspapers, and they control various
75%.
TV stations.
75%, I think, isn't it? 75%.
Yeah, 75% of the
media,
the print media, and they keep putting out this real climate change denial, homophobic, transphobic, anti-migrant, and it's just hateful shit.
Just awful.
From beginning to end.
Yeah.
Plus their whole thing trying to dismantle what is our halfway decent, and it's only halfway decent, social net, by calling people job snobs and dole bludgers and what have you.
And they brag about Murdoch brags about being able to choose prime ministers, and that's almost true.
Yeah.
Anyway, Pat Nick is from the UK, so we've been having a little chat about the UK and Jeremy Corbyn and how the Israel lobby helped get rid of him. And hey, Jenny, it's been a while since Robbie's had a live stream. Hey, I'm hoping that one day he'll have another one, because I miss his live streams. But he's been very busy since Abby Martin had a baby. He's sort of been, I think, taking up some of the content providing since Abby's had a baby, so that's probably part of it. Anyway, so how's everybody been? Have you been, Holly? Have you been, Jenny? How's everybody? So we thought we hadn't done a live stream for like 3 months, and I was just saying to Dee Dee how I haven't done a podcast episode in 4 days because I've been feeling a bit under the weather with this shingly thing I have on my head that I sometimes get if I'm sort of a bit stressed or I eat too many almonds. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I haven't done any podcast episode for 4 days, and up until 4 days ago, I was getting like 1 to 2 people, if that, a week, if I'm lucky. And then I stopped doing something. I stopped doing anything, and then I get 7 people in one day. It's like YouTube sort of telling me, if you just stop creating content, we'll give you some subscribers. Just stop talking about imperialism.
We will put you in a recommend somewhere. Somebody will see your work.
So
if
they
you stop posting.
Rewarding me for not putting out anything, which is just charming. And so we've been pretty well, haven't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
We're actually sort of fine. I was just saying in
we're
the
just
early
kind
bit,
of recovering a bit from all of the craziness was going on before.
And the sadness and everything. And and it just didn't seem like I didn't feel like doing a live stream since Mum has died. It sort of, I don't know, it was hard to kind of, just didn't feel right. And it's been 2 months now, and now I'm sort of, even though I think of her every day, and we miss her terribly and everything, because we used to talk to her every day. It took a while to actually sort of, I'd suddenly think, I need to speak to Mum, and then suddenly I'd sort of think, no, I don't.
Yeah.
And then, so you know how it's just time that you learn to live with it. You don't get over it, but you learn to live with it. And I think I'm sort of starting to get used to the idea that she's not here, and we're never going to be able to speak to her again, and just try and think positively about her, not think about her, her at the end, and all that kind of stuff. So it's sort of it's a bit hard, but it's just one of those things you just have to go through, really, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
There's no easy way to get through it. You just have to go through it. Anyway, so that's and so we thought we'd play Morrowind because Furious Psyops, who I don't think's in the chat, we have problems seeing one another for some reason. There's some weird glitch in YouTube. But Dee Dee can't see him. But he actually said, it'd be good if you did a live stream. And I thought, even though I'm not really feeling very well, it might be good to do one anyhow. And which will bring the YouTube subscriber thing to a screeching halt, I'm sure. But anyway.
Yeah. Well,
so he said, why don't you do Morrowind?
Live streams.
What's that?
YouTube likes live streams, so.
Sometimes. It depends what you're doing, really. Because you know how the algorithms can literally scan they've got voice recognition. If they hear you talking about Palestine, well, oops. Or if they hear you talking about imperialism, oops. Yeah. Or, there's a whole bunch of no-nos that you're not supposed to be mentioning. Yeah. So,
well, I think that's partly why so many of the really good journalists and very good channels have so few viewers.
Yeah. Hey, Dee Dee, you wouldn't feel like getting us some Vita Wheat and some avocado?
Get what?
Vita Wheat with some avocado on it, would you?
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Sure.
Well, I'm going to now I have Nandi sitting on me.
So I'm going to leave this little girl swiveling around in this interesting place.
Yeah. I've got little Nandi on me, and Nandi the Love Lord. Hey, Nandi. Nandi the Big Bear. And God, I don't know about you, but I find cats, they eat a lot when it starts getting cold.
So do we.
Yes, so do we. But we've actually been good. We haven't been eating. Normally around this time of the year, I start making really nice vegan cakes. But we decided that we would try and be good this winter and not do that. and instead try and eat avocado. And so anyway, but the cats, oh my goodness, they really eat a lot just before winter gets really cold. And today we were out, and you could really feel the snow was coming. It was really cold, wasn't it, Dee Dee? Now it seems to have warmed up a bit, but in the distance you can see snow on the mountains, which is always beautiful. And if you're on my Instagram, I often post videos. I'll show you that. I'll put a link in the excuse me, in the information section, and you can see some of the images of the snow-capped mountains in the distance. My Instagram kind of fluctuates between imperialist stuff, and then you'll get some cats, and then you'll get images of the Huon River, and then you'll go back to imperialism. It's a kind of a really mixed bag, and I don't know if people kind of let's see. Patnick said saw those disclaimers pop up a few times, Holly. So anyway, it's summer in the north. It's summer in the northern hemisphere, and so it's getting pretty hot there, I imagine now. I don't know what it's like in New York State, Holly. I don't know how hot it gets in summer. I know like New York City is pretty hot in the summer. And the UK summer, I actually spent when I was in the UK in 1983, a long time ago, they actually had a heat wave in their summer, and I was there for that. I was away for I think it was 10 months. I went overseas. I went to the US and the UK. I went around Europe and stuff. And I just remember that it started getting into summer, and they actually had some really hot days back then. And apparently that was really unusual at the time, but I'm not sure now that was a long time ago, like almost 40 years ago now. So I imagine the weather's kind of bizarre. So anyhow, what was the other thing that that's happened recently? There's a lot of weird things that have happened recently. Anyhow, if anybody has anything they want to mention in the chat, or so Holly said 21. Yes, in New York City we get 30 plus. Oh wow. Jenny said, nice to see you too. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while, Jenny. I was just saying, Jenny, I miss Robbie Martin doing his live streams. I wish that he'd do one just to catch up. But I think he's kind of busy sort of creating content because Abby's, got the new baby and can't always be, sort of doing as much stuff as she normally does. Even though she's doing a lot of stuff, they actually put out some really good things about behind that paywall in Patreon. Some things about Palestine and stuff. Really interesting. So Patnick said, yeah, it's pretty hot here at the moment. We had a spell of rain on Wednesday, which was weird, but yeah, very on and off. Which part of what do you live in? Northern England, or where? Nandi keeps trying to grab my microphone wire. Hey, Nandi. Yeah. So, South Wales. Okay, South Wales. I don't think I'll ever get back to the UK, Pat, because I don't know. I think COVID's going to be, the variants and stuff are going to be a real issue for a long time. We wanted to go back to we wanted to go to the UK and sort of see, go around Scotland and see some ancestral stuff. And I don't think that's going to happen anymore, do you, Dee Dee? I sort of feel like it's kind of becoming less and less likely the more variants are around, and the more out of control things are in the US and the UK, and that kind of thing, India, all that kind of stuff. It's very sad. Yeah, we have some Media Roots episodes. Yeah, that's good. But I kind of just like hanging out with him in the chat, and kind of hanging out with the people that are the group that's in the chat and stuff. But anyhow, them's the breaks. Excuse me, I'm going to turn my microphone off for a moment because I'm just going to eat some avocado on crackers thing. Jenny said, I'm feeling pretty rotten too. I just had my second vax shot. I'm sorry you're feeling poopy too. Can you ask Jenny what kind of vax is it? Is it Pfizer or? Hey, Didi. No, but neither of us are talking. Can you ask Jenny? Didi? Can you ask Jenny what vax?
Hi, Jenny. What kind of vax did you get? We've been contemplating. We've got. Our government says that people under 50 should get Pfizer, and because they've got a lot of leftover AstraZeneca, that they'll give it to the people who are over 50. So basically, the working population gets Pfizer, and the old people that you don't need can have AstraZeneca. Yeah. That's the kind of way we see it.
We're the old people that you don't need.
And we're on that bunch.
But
yeah. India and Brazil, Holly says. Yeah, it's such a terrible situation there. And I mean, as long as nobody does anything to help people in India and Brazil and all those places, we'll just keep getting more and more variants, and it'll just keep everything going.
I didn't know Japan was in a bad way. Can you ask Holly about that?
Trish says she didn't know Japan was in a bad way. Is it?
Jenny had Pfizer.
Oh, yeah. Lucky.
How did it make you feel, Jenny?
Holly said Moderna. Yeah, we wouldn't mind Moderna or a Pfizer, just because it seems the mRNA vaccines are better against the variants and more effective generally.
So Didi might be able to get Pfizer because just the criteria, but I might have to get AstraZeneca because I don't fit that criteria probably, and that means that AstraZeneca is not very good with the variants, and so I'm expendable. Hey, Didi. So if I end up getting AstraZeneca, I'd be reluctant to really go anywhere because if the variants are what is the thing that is getting passed around now, and if AstraZeneca isn't really effective against that, then what's the point in having it? Which is the case that I'm going to make to my doctor. I'm going to ask them would they please write a recommendation that I have Pfizer because I don't. If it's not effective, if AstraZeneca isn't effective against variants, what's the point? But I don't think they care about older people. We're just sort of expendable.
Australia has the weird situation of having been really good at, kind of not having a lot of COVID in the country, and doing really good lockdowns and tracing and stuff, so that we've mostly been COVID free for a long time now. And yet, they can't get their act together with the fucking vaccines at all.
But how's this with, look, Holly was saying 2% vaccinated in Japan. Can you believe that?
I can believe it.
What's going on there? Like, usually they're incredibly together with all that sort of stuff, aren't they?
Yeah.
Look, Dee, Ali is ripping up our warranty. Look, did he? Did he?
Pat Nick says, doesn't India have materials to make vaccine? And it's the argument about patents. Absolutely. Not only the materials, it has the technology. It makes a lot of the vaccines in the world. It exports them. India has a huge pharmaceutical industry, and exactly, it's the patents.
Yeah.
They won't let them produce it.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Jenny says both my cats used to eat a lot all year round.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look, Dee. Ali is ripping up the warranty. Look.
Oh, no. Everybody wants to tear that warranty up.
Yeah. Which warranty was that for? Those are earphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We recently got these wireless earbuds, and all the cats want
to tear up
to
the
rip
warranty.
up the warranties and instructions.
I don't know why it's so fascinating, but there you go. It's too late now. I think it's all kind of...
Yes, I think it's destroyed.
So Ali is being a very good administrative assistant and doing paper shredding of documents.
Yeah, they won't lift the patent. They're such shite. I mean...
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
what a wonderful world.
We're getting in Moderna, partly because Moderna will allow Australian companies to produce it where Pfizer won't.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but they don't have any Moderna here yet, do they, Dee? I think
no,
they're getting
they're coming
some
in late, at the end of the year.
Later in the end of the year. Which makes me wonder, Dee, you know, just say I can't get a letter from the doctor because they won't okay it.
Yeah.
I mean, should I just like hold out and just kind of...
I have no idea. It's such a difficult choice. It really depends on whether they open borders and all that stuff. Yeah. So far, they haven't done that, which is...
But what's the distance between Moderna, the first shot, and the second shot? Is it 3 weeks or 3 months?
I think it's probably 3 weeks.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, that's not too bad then.
Yeah.
It's just I don't want to leave it, like, I don't want to leave it until the last minute, obviously, when they open the... Like, I don't actually, Diddy, I don't actually think that they're going to be in any hurry to open the borders.
Pat Nick is about to go.
Oh, okay, Pat.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
He's going to go make some food and get some things done today. I know how that feels. Of course, here it's nearly 10 in the evening, so...
Hope to see you again, and Pat, if you
it'd be lovely to see you again.
If you feel like joining my Substack, and then you can get notifications when I'll just put a quick link in the live chat. Yeah,
Trish has so many good channels.
Hey,
so many good channels.
What do you mean?
Good Instagram. You've Substack.
Oh,
you know, you've had various channels.
I hate it. I hate all these. You know, having to keep opening up things and starting like Rockfin and. Yeah. All this kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Holly says 2 weeks on Moderna.
Oh, you're going. Oh, good. Okay. 2 weeks on Moderna, yeah.
Okay. Have a great day, Pat, too. Yeah. And I hope everything goes really well for you today.
Yeah.
And you have a lovely day.
Yeah. And Jenny, where have you been? I haven't seen you around the traps, the different live streams and stuff. You don't have to tell me literally where you've been, but have you been well? Hey, Diddy?
Holly's done a whole lot of little emojis.
Can I have a little bit more of that? Would you mind? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, feel free to, Pat, to join that. And then I sort of give regular notifications that the YouTube doesn't. And I was just saying, Jenny and Holly, that... I haven't done anything, I don't know if you caught this, I haven't done anything like podcasting for 4 days, which is unusual for me. and my numbers, the subscription rate has been going up. But when I do something like almost, yes thanks, every day, I only get like 1 or 2 people a week. But then suddenly I stop for 4 days, and then I get 7 people in one day join the channel.
Yes, they're
That's
so glad that you aren't posting.
That's so depressing, you know. So anyway, them's the breaks. That's how it is. So, where are we at now in Morrowind, Dee Dee?
Okay, well, we're in Vivek City.
In Vivek City.
In the foreign quarter. And we're in an armorer's. And I got a bunch of silver swords. I've joined the tribunal cult.
The tribunal
which
cult.
Is the religion of the Dunmer, the native people in Morrowind. They're the dark-skinned people.
Hey, by the way, Dee Dee.
Do you see the person in front of me there? Yeah.
Hang on, I was just going to say, by the way, where is Swifty and how is he? Because we've started Swifty on some insulin injections, and it's going to be very difficult. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to manage him like we would another cat who is a lot more relaxed. But we were expecting that one day he'd probably get diabetes because we haven't been able to get him to lose weight. And he's now almost 17, and now he's just developed diabetes in the last, week or so. So we've sort of, he just doesn't like the ear prick, but he's fine with the needle, the insulin needle. But the ear prick is like a huge no-no. And that's essential if you want to kind of give the correct amount and make sure they're not going to go hypoglycemic and stuff. So, so anyway, excuse me. So anyhow, that's another thing we sort of had to sort out. We had to sort out a few things lately, haven't we, Dee Dee? And that was one of them, little Swifty. So, we just have to make sure he's okay. He might be in the window, Dee Dee. Anyway, we better find him. Oh no, he's on top of the piano. Oh, and by the way, we finally got Mum's pianola. Sorry, we got that. It's my pianola, really. She gave it to me in the will, and my grandmother, yeah. So we got the pianola delivered to us in one piece, and of course, as not surprisingly, every cat immediately had to go and sit on it and check it out, and now Swifty's on top of the pianola. We've got a nice comfy kind of blanket up there, and so that's the place where everybody likes to go. Jenny said, yeah, I mean, there are so many other sort of vaccinations. Hey, Jenny, like Jenny said, I'd have loved to get the Sputnik and Sinovac, but of course we're not allowed to get those. Yeah, exactly, and that's the same here. We get this crappy AstraZeneca, which is the least of them that I would want to get.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get any of them really, but I mean, I know it's safe to do that. Like, it's better to do that.
Oh, you've got to have something.
You've got to have something, but I mean, I didn't want to get AstraZeneca. And unfortunately, I might be forced to in a way, because there's no other option, and they kind of want to get rid of them basically, and they want to use old people.
Because they bought a whole lot. They bought 54 million of them.
Yeah, because they're cheap, and
you can transport them without any special keeping them cold.
But the thing with Pfizer now, they can actually have them out of the deep freeze sort of situation for, I think it's a month now. As long as they have it in a fridge, they can actually have it. Now, how come they didn't know that in the beginning?
They weren't told or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't believe they suddenly found out like months later that, by the way, we can transport it, without having it in that 60 below zero or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Jenny said they're saying the Pfizer is only 30% effective against the Indian strain. Who even knows exactly? Well, that's really sucky.
Yeah.
30%.
I've heard it's more effective than that, but
Oh no.
I hope it's better than that.
Well, we really are fucked, aren't we?
Yeah. Anyway, the AstraZeneca's really shithouse compared to the
Oh,
others.
sweetie. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jenny didn't answer the thing about where she's been the last month or so.
No, she's
That's okay. She's being secretive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where are we now, Didi?
We're in an armorer's, and we're trying to fix some of your armor.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, Furious Psyops sort of said he was going to be playing a game over on Twitch a couple of days ago. And he said, why don't you come over and join us? So I went over there, and I don't know, it was some Wild West game that he'd never played before. And the first thing when I joined is what I saw was some guy shoot another guy and then cut his head off with a knife, and there was blood everywhere. I thought, oh no. And I said to Furious Sipes, I said, oh look, that's really nice of you to invite me to join, but
I'm not really into this.
I can't really hack the blood and gore and violence stuff. And he said he didn't realize that it was going to be like that because he'd never really played it before. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Is any game, are any of those games like that sort of not like that though?
What? Which games?
Any of those kind of games where people are shooting one another and stuff, are any of them not like that where people aren't getting their head blown off?
I don't think so. I think. I mean, there are games that aren't like that, but then I think any of the ones that are a bit like that are a lot like that. You know, if there are any like that, they're a lot like that.
Hey, Didi?
I mean, yeah?
Why do you think that the second vaccination seems to be worse than the first?
Because you've, I don't know, got a stronger immune response. Like they say that the actual, like impact of those vaccinations is due to the immune response of your body. They trigger the immune response, and if it triggers interferon is the main antiviral response of the body, and scientists tried to create interferon and use it as some sort of a medicine, and then they discovered that the effects of interferon are the same as the effects of flu, pretty much. So they'll give you aching bones and fever and that kind of stuff, and that's part of the immune system responding. It's not actually the disease. The disease will screw you up and you won't notice. The body defending itself is what you notice. And so I think the second vaccination has a stronger immune response, and it creates that kind of worse feeling.
Stronger interferon response.
Yeah. Sure.
Untested nanoparticles.
Do what?
I don't think that's untested nanoparticles. I think he's talking about the mRNA thing.
Untested nanoparticles? I don't know.
Don't think...
Which nanoparticles are those?
I don't think so. I think it's got a... What's the explanation for that mRNA? Do you know, Didi?
mRNA? Well, basically mRNA is what your DNA does is it writes messenger RNA or mRNA, and that works as a template to create proteins. So the mRNA vaccines will put some DNA that will create a template to create the little kind of spines that are on the
spikes and stuff
on the coronavirus. They will use your cells and your metabolism to create the spines of the coronavirus, and then your immune system will go, what the shit is this? And will try and develop an immune response. And you don't get antibodies and an immune system response until the immune system has actually encountered something. So what you've done is encounter the little things that attach to the cells that are in the COVID without actually having a COVID virus there. And that's what the mRNA does.
Yeah.
And that seems to be one of the most effective ways of doing it.
Yeah. They don't use, Didi?
Yeah.
They don't use those little chicken embryos, do they, in the mRNA thing?
Oh, shit. I have no idea what they're using for that.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done things
they test on a
won't tell you
gazillion
some
animals
of the
for these things anyway.
scientists
it's just awful.
have done to create
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean, there's hundreds. There'll be millions and millions of poor little mice.
Yeah, little mice, goats.
That have been tortured
they
for
end
this
up
stuff.
creating things within goats and mice. And yeah, it's awful.
Oh, goats. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's got to end.
Thank you, Holly. She says, well explained. Yeah.
Yeah, well explained. Yeah.
It helps that I'm a biologist. I can explain this shit.
Yeah. Didi's got a number of different sort of educational degree type things, haven't you, Didi?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not that it matters now. Now I'm just an old person.
It matters to me.
I'm useless.
No.
They're going to try and give me AstraZeneca.
No, they're going to give it to me. You're not going to get it.
Well, the only reason I'd get it is because I'm old and I have a respiratory condition.
Yeah.
And I might be more vulnerable and die if I get COVID.
Didi lived next to Love Canal where was that, Didi?
In Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls,
I grew
Love
up,
Canal, that chemical.
As a very young child, a couple of blocks from Love Canal.
I remember that joke in Tootsie, in that movie Tootsie, where they, what's the name, said, I'm not going to do a play for you about a couple living beside that chemical dump Love Canal or something in Tootsie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember that.
Love Canal is, of course, the toxic waste site in Niagara Falls.
Yeah, that's where Didi lived near, and she got really bad asthma. I don't know if it was
before my family moved to California.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so Jenny said,
they
"Okay,
had glowing basement walls and all kinds of stuff."
So Jenny said, "Oh, I've been okay, thanks. I've still been hanging on certain live streams, but I've been a bit busier lately, and I've also just wanted to get away from social media more. It gets to be too much at times." Yeah, it really does, doesn't it, Jenny? It really does. I've actually been, even though I haven't been feeling well with this shingly thing on my head, I sort of, it kind of gives me an excuse in a way not to do much social media, and also that whole 11 days with the bombing of Gaza and all of that was really exhausting as well, and you know, and kind of, I don't know, it's just sort of awful.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to get away, because I mean there's a lot more to life than that, the social media stuff anyway.
Yeah.
A lot more to life than that. I'm always torn between, keeping informed, because I want to, do commentary, and just wanting to just dump everything and just, kind of, but I don't know. I don't really want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before I had a smartphone and we used to go up and visit Mum, in Queensland, I used to be out of contact with social media really for like 2 weeks or so. We used to go up, and I didn't miss it in the slightest. Like I could have just gone on, like never having any sort of social media at all.
Yeah.
Because I just wasn't connected via phones, and Mum didn't have any internet, so I just didn't have any online access for 2 weeks, and I was happy as Larry, whoever Larry is. I was sort of
yes, who is this happy Larry fellow?
Who is this Larry guy?
Yeah.
I don't know, Holly. That's very kind of you to say, but I don't know. I don't know.
What?
Holly's very kind. Said, your commentary is valuable. I don't know.
I think it's
It's regurgitated.
I think your commentary is really valuable.
Regurgitated stuff.
No, you bring together a lot of information.
Dee Dee's a fan.
I'm a fan. You bring together a lot of information into one place, and it's really, you make it accessible, and it's really good. And because you have a holistic sense, you bring in information about socialism, about imperialism, about racism, about homophobia, about transphobia, all of those things, and interesting things, and things that people don't necessarily run into. I'm sorry, I am a fan.
No, it's very sweet. Dee Dee's such a supportive person, but anyway. As long as I'm not being annoying, and as long as I'm not leading people up the garden path, that's okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I just hope I have some little tiny contribution and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I should do a lot more, but I don't.
Hey?
I should do a lot more, but I don't.
You're too busy building houses and doing stuff that I can't do. Because if I had any input in building this house, it would look like a house that Homer Simpson would have built. So anyway, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, none of our relatives, as we expected they wouldn't, none of them have apologised for the way they behaved to us in Queensland, but we didn't expect
it. We now refer to those people
as relatives, yes,
rather than
family.
Family,
yeah. But I never expected that they ever would, but it's like, there's this slight glimmer that, maybe, no. Nandi's sitting on my lap.
Well, hello there. A pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Nandi. Can anybody hear him purring? Hey, Nandi. Nandi's such a little love lord, isn't he, Dee Dee?
He is.
He's just such a
gorgeous boy.
I've never seen, like, he's such an expressive cat. Like
he's beautiful.
He's just got this look on his face when he sees us, where it's like, come over here. we refer to ourselves as cat mother. It's kind of funny. I don't know how that ever started, but we'll say I'll say we'll call ourselves cat mothers when we're talking to him and stuff. It's like, come over here, cat mother, and say hi, and and maybe give me a treat or something. And he's got this sweet little look on his face, and then he does this sort of little sweet yawn that's kind of apparently code for I feel comfortable. Apparently that's what cats do sometimes when they feel secure in your company. They give a little yawn. And he tilts his head, and he's just this most loving. And when we first adopted him, he was so frightened, wasn't he, Didi? I don't know if we've told this story before, but he was so frightened, and it took him about 1.5 years to settle down. I didn't know if he'd ever really settled down, but he did, and now he's just the happiest little guy. I think he might have been abused by somebody who used to wear gum boots and one of those work vests, the fluorescent orange work vests, because if ever Didi or I, probably more like Didi, would wear that when she was doing work on the house, he'd get freaked out. Didn't he, Didi?
Yeah.
So we don't know whether he came from some sort of domestic violence situation or what.
We kind of think so.
Yeah. So anyway, it took him quite a while to settle down, and now he's just the biggest love bug there is.
Yeah.
He's as happy as a little lark, isn't he, Didi?
Big, gorgeous boy. He's just...
Yeah. He's a big black cat.
When we first met him, it was very obvious he needed love.
Mm. Yes, his brother was very confident, and he was very afraid, and so it was sort of and then when we were interested in Rooney, which is his brother, the woman said, "Oh, he's got a brother." We thought maybe she was making it up, but I think that it was true. Yeah. And the brother was Nandi, so. But Nandi'd already made a connection with Didi. Hey, Didi.
He had.
He was sort of trying to get your attention.
He was in a little compartment at the shelter, and it was so obvious that he needed some love. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rooney, his brother, seemed very, very self-centered. He was like a little Zen something or other.
Yeah.
He was being hassled by another little kitten, but yeah, he was just sort of sitting there and kind of letting it all go by. But Nandi was just so desperate for love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jenny was saying this is a brand new tech. They've never been able to get the mRNA tech to work before now, which is a bit sus.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it works for these COVID vaccines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you'd basically, in order to create, unless you're going to synthesize the mRNA, which is probably impractical, what you'd need to do is create the genes that would code for the mRNA, put it into some sort of bacteria, and then grow the bacteria in a fermenter. And then it would put out the mRNA, and they'd have to filter it out of there. That's the way they'd have to do it, and that's kind of a tricky bit of genetic engineering.
Mm. Yeah. So has anybody ever checked out the channel nutritionfacts.org? It's a YouTube channel, and they put out videos every week, a video or maybe even two about it's a science-backed site, and it's about a plant-based diet. And even if you're not,
it's very good.
Yeah, even if you're not eating a plant-based diet, it's really worth checking out just
Just the
because
information on
yes, the information is
herbs
fantastic.
and vitamins and different types of foods. Yeah, what are
Yeah,
the good and bad points of them?
yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's
quite
really really
worthwhile.
great. Um, it's really really great. Like I thought, I sort of had a clue about nutrition, and
Yeah,
before this is after I became vegan. I thought I had some idea, but I really didn't. I had some idea of some things, but really nothing like what you find out here. And it's not hard to understand from the site. And mind you, I don't endorse the opinions of Dr. Grieger. Like, it's not a vegan site, meaning it's not an ethical. It's not an ethical position type site, and they don't talk about that at all. But it's just about the science of plant-based nutrition, and also the studies that have come out. Not animal studies, by the way. Studies that have come out about the consumption of animal products and how that affects your body and all that kind of stuff. And of course, there might be people who don't want to know that because they're consuming animal products, but it can be a real lifesaver, truly. Like, it actually, even just the thing about vitamin D was a real lifesaver for me because I had a susceptibility to getting diabetes because of my family history and stuff, my biological family history. And I had low vitamin D, and I almost was borderline. I had incipient diabetes, and I think it was mostly due to dangerously low vitamin D. And that wasn't because I was vegan, it was just that it's something that non-vegans and vegans have these days, people have very, very low vitamin D levels, not even because you're not getting enough sun. I'm not even sure why that is anymore, but I know that very dark-skinned people in particular, black people, people of color, often have dangerously low vitamin D because of their skin color. And I suppose too, the indoor life that people tend to have now, and also, trying to protect against various, skin cancers and stuff. But there's also another factor, isn't there, Dee Dee, that's really intangible about why people have got low vitamin D. Like Dee Dee used to get heaps of sun,
yeah.
and she was dangerously low, weren't you?
Yes, basically your ability
Yeah.
to absorb vitamin D through sunlight declines as you age.
But
One
it
of the
seems like
things.
there are people, though, that even though they should be getting enough sun,
They
enough
weren't.
vitamin D, that it just isn't synthesizing, or something's happening to
Yeah,
people, and so there's a widespread global vitamin D deficiency, and it results in people getting diabetes and cancer and all sorts of things. And it's also a really important thing for helping mitigate the dangerous results of COVID. If
yeah.
people have low vitamin D, they're more likely to, in some ways, die. Get intubated and end up dying. So it's sort of like it's really, really important,
It's
even
very
just for COVID.
important. Yeah,
So if you don't take vitamin D already as a supplement, you should really consider taking it, like taking at least 1,000 units a day, and in winter probably 2,000 units. It's probably even more now. Like, you could probably find that out from Nutrition Facts. What's the recommended daily intake now of vitamin D? But it's really important to supplement with that. And if you're a vegan, of course, it's also important to supplement for B12 because they've removed B12 from the water and from vegetables, with all the cleaning and all that sort of thing. B12 used to naturally occur. It's a microbe, and it used to occur on plants, with the dirt and all of that. And so it's important that people supplement with B12 because of that.
yeah.
Anyway, that's my little spiel about vitamin D and B12.
Jenny says I have quite a few relatives as well. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a big problem when people have relatives instead of family.
yeah.
But family doesn't have anything to do with blood relations.
No, it doesn't.
A good thought for Pride Month.
Yeah, it is, yeah. We were walking around one of the supermarkets today, and they kept on playing. I think
We Are
the We
Family.
Are Family thing, it normally goes on and on and on anyway. At the end, they just keep singing that over and over again. But Didi thought it was sort of... She said, is this normally how long this song is? Is that what you said, Didi?
Yeah, I thought they were, because it was the supermarket, and they just kind of have these things that are on these goddamn loops, and they just go on and on and on, like, due to the fresh food people, and
They haven't done that for ages.
They haven't done that for a while, but I mean, they used to just play it non-stop.
Yeah.
And they'd have, sort of 2 minutes of that, and then they'd just play it non-stop. And it was kind of disgusting. And I thought it might be something like that, except special for Pride.
Yeah, so it just kept on going. We are family. It just kept on going on and on and on. Anyway, I don't know if that was an intentional song thrown in there today. I don't know.
I don't know if it was a long song. I mean, it was obviously an adapted song. It wasn't the original song. I know that one. Yeah.
I think I've been behind in the stream for a while, just refreshed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's all right. Because I was thinking just when the little cat purring thing.
What the hell am
Anyway,
I?
now I've got Alia in my lap, and she's getting a bit stroppy.
Yeah.
We can't work out sometimes why Alia gets stroppy.
Yes. She's a sweet, stroppy little girl.
She's a very sweet little girl, and then she'll just suddenly get really stroppy and take a swipe. And
she
and
will.
And it's not. Sometimes it's because she's unhappy with the location of her food, or sometimes she's unhappy.
She likes to have it where she wants it. She wants it on that cupboard, in that corner of that cupboard, not in the other corner of that cupboard.
That's right. And if you take it to another location, then she
wants to bite you.
Totally inappropriate and unhappy.
Yeah.
Jenny said, I thought your comments were lagging, but it was me the whole time. That's funny.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Alia, so she's sort of sitting on my lap and she's unhappy, and I think at some point she's going to have a go at me.
Yes.
But when we first adopted her, she used to sort of almost like terrorizing us, didn't she, Didi?
Yeah.
She'd come and sit on my chest and just stare straight into my face. And I was thinking she was going to try and hit me. Hey, Didi.
Yes.
And I'd say, I've got to get, quickly, Didi, get her off me. get her off me, because excuse me, she would have a go, wouldn't she?
Yes, she would.
And so she was a little bit of a terrorist in the beginning, and then she's become a little softy with a side order of Gritch, hasn't she, Didi?
Yes, she's a sweet little sausage.
But it was very funny though in the beginning there. She actually was frightening me.
Yeah. She's scary.
Yeah. And she's only a little black cat, isn't she? Really?
Yeah.
She's a little bit of a sausage because she's a little bit
She's quite
overweight.
a sweet little baby, really.
She's very sweet, yeah. I mean, she's really, really sweet. Like, she's sitting in my lap now, but like she just gets this. Suddenly, she'll get shitty.
But she's had a difficult life, a difficult
she has
upbringing,
had a difficult life,
and so she's got a little bit of behavioral stuff.
We have some little babies that have got some special needs because they've had a difficult life.
Yeah.
And I think she's spent most of her life too outside.
And I identify strongly with her.
Yeah, Didi often projects onto her.
Yeah.
I'll say, why do you think she's like that, Didi? And then Didi will go into this little story, and I'll say, are you projecting? Are you projecting onto her? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
I can always say, are you speaking about yourself there, Didi? Hey.
Yes.
That's funny. So, anyway, so yeah, she gets a little bit stroppy, and but she's way better now than she used to be, and she does a lot of rolling in the dirt outside.
Yes.
Like she's like a little chook like that. She loves to roll and roll in the dirt, and and like in summer, she's just a really, like if you kiss her on the head, you just get a mouthful of dust. Isn't it, Didi?
She does. She's just very sweet,
Yeah,
and
she's
she
very sweet.
loves rolling in the dirt. And
Yeah, she loves
she's
rolling
such
in
a
the dirt.
sweetie. Like I think one of the things when I first, like when she was first here, every time I would go outside and I would pass her, I would come up and give her a little scritch and a rub, and I think she started really liking that, and I think that's one of the reasons she connected with me.
Yeah,
And
yes.
she does this.
Well, no, she didn't connect with you. When we went to pick her up, when we went to pick a little girl
No,
up.
I mean after I was doing that on a consistent
Oh,
basis
I see. Yes,
outside.
yes. Because
Every
when we
time I
first
would
met
pass
her,
her.
she took a swipe at Dee Dee, and I think Dee Dee actually wasn't that enamored with her. But I kind of had spotted her on the internet and sort of
Yes.
said, and I felt like I'd already made a commitment to take her. And even though she was there was a cat below her in this sort of bunk area below called Diana Ross, and she had a real problem with Diana Ross.
Diana
And I
Ross
think
was awful.
I think Alia was probably the one that was the problem. Diana Ross
No,
was probably
Diana
okay.
Ross was the problem.
Hey?
Alia wasn't a problem.
No.
It was all Diana Ross.
Yeah. Anyway, so Alia was she hissed it and took a swipe at Dee Dee, but she just looked like she was fed up. So I just sort of thought, well, Dee Dee sort of looks like she's lost interest. But I thought, no, I think we need to take her home because she obviously is fed up here and stuff. So so we took her home, and she was a little bit stroppy with the other cats, a little bit, but it didn't take long before everybody kind of knew to give her a bit of a wide berth, and she was okay. Like, she didn't go after people necessarily, but she just, you just kept your distance. And in some ways, like, she's a little bit like that now with them, but she's got excuse me, she's got a little friend in Aoife.
Yeah.
Who's only he's a couple of years old now, and they play together, and that's really sweet. So anyway, that's the story of Alia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's such a sweetie pea.
She's actually been sleeping on the bed with me.
She has.
Which is very sweet.
She's been cuddling with Trishy at night.
Yeah, that's
And,
very nice. I have a lineup of little cats that want to cuddle with me, and one leaves and then another one comes up.
Trisha's
Hey,
catnip.
I'm the cat whisperer.
I miss Anjushri.
Yeah.
Anjushri was
the one that had chronic renal failure.
Older babies, and she used to sleep with me.
Yeah. Anjushri used to sleep with me too, except I tried to accidentally strangle her one night when she was underneath my arm, and
That'll
I turned.
Dissuade people.
Yeah, I turned over, and she was under my arm, and I must have had my arm around her neck. Anyway, she bit me because she wanted me to let go of her.
Yeah.
So I thought, this isn't very safe, and so I stopped kind of cuddling her in the night because that wasn't a good idea.
Yeah. I almost strangled myself once when I was sleeping.
You almost strangled yourself?
Yes. I woke up. I had this dream that somebody was strangling me.
Wow.
And I was trying to grab them, and push them off me.
Yeah.
And I had my hands around their neck, and I was trying to push them off me. And I woke up, and it was my hands around my neck.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was weird.
Wow, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
Oh, how long ago was that?
Oh, I don't know. Probably somewhere in the 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. A little bit scary.
I reckon. When you woke up, how did you feel? Oh, hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Oh, my. Nandi. So Tom said, so are the hands there to reinforce the first person?
That's because I was doing magic casting before, and I had my hands out. You have to have your hands out to cast magic. No. If you want the second person point of view, there I am. I'm walking through space.
Are you flying through space?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Alia.
See?
She's getting pissy with me.
There I am. I'm levitating and walking, and
How are you today, Tom? So, Jenny, anything exciting happening in your life? Apart from feeling ill from Pfizer vaccine? This is so funny. This character is kind of walking in the air.
Yes. It's kind of running in the air, actually.
Running in the air, yeah.
But I've just done a little blessing, which allows me, I think, for an hour or something, in game time, to fly very quickly, to levitate very quickly.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That allows me to basically fly.
How come you don't, fly like the others, with your legs out the back? Excuse me.
Because that's just not the way it happens. I'm levitating and walking.
Are you going to go down to that place where they have those Dremora people and the fancy, you can get the fancy swords off them and stuff?
Where the what?
You know that place where they have really good swords and...
Oh, I am going to a place that has really good swords, yeah.
Right.
I'm actually...
Oh, so Tom had his last shot today. Oh, okay. So
good.
Is that a Pfizer shot, Tom?
Which one are you doing?
I hope that yours is...
We've had a little discussion about them.
Hey, Tom, you're not on Twitter, are you? So Jenny said, I just feel awful at the moment, but it's all so I can hopefully go finally do something exciting again. Not too much excitement this past year for sure, yeah.
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 Well, we have all that exciting thing. I'm actually having ankle surgery in another couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That'll put me out for another... It's only minor.
Yes, it's only minor. But that'll be good.
But hopefully
because Dee Dee's been finding her when she walks and stuff. Sometimes after a while, there's this inner kind of a rubbing against the inside of her soft tissue. There's a sort of a bone that's kind of rubbing and causing pain and stuff. So this really good ankle surgeon is gonna shave some off, and it'll be much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be nice. Yeah. But I think our prospects of going to the UK are probably fairly limited. I don't think that it's going to be years and years and years, I think, before we'd be able to do that now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I was quite looking forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Jenny said that's one of the first things I'll be doing. I've needed hernia surgery since my other surgeries last year. This isn't the excitement I had in mind, though.
No.
Yeah. Oh no,
Holly says
hernia.
walking better will definitely help.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will. I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I'm able to walk. It's just I end up with my ankle kind of swelling, and it's just hurts after a bit.
Yeah. Dee Dee's very stoic and puts up with a lot of stuff, where I'm just a big wuss.
Stoic girl.
If there's something wrong with me, you'll know it. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
So Jenny said, where the surgery gang up here.
It sounds
in
very
here.
big,
Yes.
Jenny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that hernia surgery goes well.
Yeah. Surgery is no fun.
Tom said, no, I don't anything but YouTube. It takes up all my bandwidth for social media. Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Whoops.
I wonder, does anybody watch PBS? I haven't. I used to watch it before I realised that all these shows are rubbish. But I remember I used to watch it back in 2006, 2005, and every day they would put, that Jim Lehrer thing, the News Hour with Jim Lehrer.
Yeah.
And they
And
used
they would
to put
have the dead.
Yes, they'd have the dead soldiers at the end in silence. And I don't know, do they still do that now? Does anybody ever watch that, the News Hour? And I was just wondering, what they should be doing, if they do that, they should also put in the veterans that kill themselves every day, like the 20 veterans
Yeah,
that
they
kill
should.
themselves every day.
Yeah.
I bet you they don't do that. Anyway, so Jenny said, "Oh wow, Holly, I imagine that was a lot of fun." What was that? Yes, good luck with the hip replacement. Oh no, hip replacement. Holly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh,
and
God.
then, did you
That
get
would have
both,
been hard.
Tom? So Tom had Moderna. Oh, okay. So I hear that the second Moderna shot can make you feel a bit sick and stuff. Haven't watched PBS for a while. No, I don't watch it. Yeah. I know it's terrible, but I have Didi? Didi?
What?
I know it's terrible, but I have I have a bit of a hankering for those little pies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
well,
bad?
I could do that in just a moment.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
If you wouldn't mind, that'd be great. Is that bad, though? It probably is. I don't know. Sometimes I just find they're kind of nice to have a little nibble on. Oh, hi, Jen. How are you?
People are waking up.
People
in
are
the
waking
Northern
up.
Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Where are we now in Morrowind?
We're at Ghost Gate.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Is he some sort of zombie?
What?
Is he some sort of zombie? Can somebody
Yes,
tell
he's some
me
sort of
what the thing
zombie.
is about zombies and stuff? I've never really found them scary. I don't find people that eat brains scary. It just all seems kind of a strange thing to be afraid of. Can someone explain to me why
Yeah,
that's
are
a
people
thing?
fascinated by zombies?
Yeah. I can kind of believe in other things, like sort of suspend the disbelief, but with the zombie thing it just doesn't, So Jenny said, "I'm glad you were over it in a day, Holly." Yeah. It takes a while to get through the hip replacement thing. You have to sort of do exercises and
Yeah.
I hope I don't have to have that.
We have a friend who's had to do a bunch of that. Hip replacements, knee replacements. I'm going to go off for a little bit. I'm just going to leave.
Vegan zombies, yeah. Yes. Yeah, so the zombie thing, I don't really get it. And I don't know. I think it was I have to. Did he? I have to question that. You know how Jason Unruh was talking about people kind of behaving sort of a bit like zombies. I think that might have been, I don't know what that was. The black fungus thing. Yeah, I don't. He's so funny. Yeah, yeah. Oh wow, they're pretty big, aren't they? Are they? Oh, that's okay. Oh, so there's only two. Did he? So there's only two in a packet, is there? Oh, that's all right. We can try it, eh? So Jenny said you would have to be a superhero to get over hip replacement in a day. Yeah, really. Oh, hey, Jera. Yes, the time zones are sort of weird. I never really know when to do things anymore. It's like it's always either too early for US too early for the US, and it's too late for me.
It's going to be 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay then.
We're putting on some
little vegan
food
pies.
And it'll take 45 minutes to cook.
Yeah.
Hi, Jera.
Nice to see you. Is Diana able to come? We've been doing this now for a couple of hours.
Yeah. That's because we started
Just
before
do
all
it
you
and
guys
let the world
were awake.
figure it out, Trish. What was that?
That's because we started before those guys were awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of thought if I think about this too much, or if I wait, until it's a good time and stuff to do it, I probably will get tired and it won't happen. So I thought I'm not going to think about it much. We'll just do it. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah. Oh. Bum. There's some really nice armor if I could steal it, except I don't think I can.
Huh?
There's some really nice armor here if I could steal it, but I don't think I can.
Hey, Jenny, can you explain to me... Oh, hang on, Jera said, thanks for your DM and Gmail. I wouldn't be here. I'll message. I think I might have actually sent something to Diana. But anyway, and I overslept today. Oh, yeah. Jenny, can you explain to me why the left, and I use that word loosely sometimes, is sort of like allowing Sagar and Jetty to sort of slip under the radar as if he's some sort of as if he belongs at all in a sort of a leftist movement. I'm finding this sort of really bizarre, and how Crystal Ball is just kind of bringing him along with her, and Kyle Kalinske, kind of like all these
he's a
rubbing
right-wing
shoulders.
schmuck.
He is. He's a right wing, and he's an imperialist, and he loves Tucker Carlson and all this sort of thing. He's pushing anti-China propaganda. I mean, I don't understand this, and I'm finding it very disturbing that he's kind of being brought into the fold as if he's some sort of comrade or something. And I know those people that I've just mentioned are all pro-capitalist, and Kyle Kalinske actually puts down socialist ideas and stuff. So they're all kind of trying to protect capitalism. That's the first problem. And then they kind of hang on to and kind of treat Sagar and Getty, who's an imperialist and also is just sprouting off U.S. national security state talking points about China. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. It makes me. I just want to smash things. I just think, what are they doing? You know what I mean? Like, what is that? And people then sort of think that they're the left, which then they're not really. Like Crystal Ball might put out, like Kyle Kalinske puts out, he does so low-hanging fruit issues like electoral politics, and occasionally he might mention, just a brief passing, some imperialist thing. And I don't even think he mentioned Palestine until Crystal Ball brought it up on that other thing that they're doing, which is Crystal, Kyle and Friends, and then he was like, oh yes, and really like, oh my God, what's happening to Palestinians? But I don't think he really barely mentioned it on his own channel. So I don't know, there's something really strange going on there. Anyhow. Oh, and that's right. And then they had Valshon, Jenny. I don't know if he's still there. They had Valshon on Crystal and Kyle, the podcast. Valsh. So they've actually elevated that guy who is, he's a rad lib who pushes anti-China propaganda. He's really, really misogynist. And, he's really problematic. And he kind of says that capitalism is the natural sort of outcome of what Marx wanted. I mean, he doesn't have a clue about socialism. And here they are giving him a platform on the on their podcast. Anyway, that's my little rant for today. I just kind of get so sick of it, really. Yes, validating Vaush. I mean, holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what's I don't know what's going on with that bunch, but it's sort of going to really lead people up the garden path.
Yeah. It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. But this Sagar and Getty though, and Jetty, you can't even. I don't even like. How is she able to sit beside him and listen to him going on with this, the lab theory bullshit and about China and all that kind of stuff, sitting there with a big grin on her face while he's crapping on and pretending like, they're being the real media because they're talking about it and other media aren't, and all this kind of stuff. Oh my God. Anyway. Jenny said, did you hear Carl's response to all the criticisms? Yeah, I know. Yes, really, I heard that. That little rant that he did on his video about it and how kind of upset he was, and you can just go, take off or watch something else or whatever. F him. And, I actually find his channel, some of the things, like occasionally I'll have a look at his videos because I really loathe electoral politics. It's all just BS and stuff. But, I'll watch some of the things he does because it means I don't have to watch all that other shit that goes on, in electoral politics. And there'll be some things I sort of think is good to know. But, it's just such low-hanging fruit. And that guy, and this is the other thing that really drives me spare, is that he's getting at least $14,000 a month. $14,000 a month, probably more now. And there's probably other things he's getting through his channel. And all he's doing is really just talking about low-hanging fruit, electoral politics. I mean, I could talk about that till the cows come home, using a species saying. You know what I mean? I could talk about that every day, Didi. And what good does it do?
Yeah.
I could pick out, there is a gazillion things you could pick out and crap on about. Totally useless, yeah. And he's getting $14,000 a month for that. And here you've got, Empire Files and groups like that having to sort of beg people for money and all this kind of stuff. And then you get people like Vaush who's just talking out of his ass. I'm sorry, but he hasn't got a clue. He's actually trying to lead people up the garden path about socialism. He's promoting Biden, he's promoting AOC, and then calls himself some sort of anarchist socialist, and he's really, really misogynist and all that kind of stuff. And he's getting $35,000 a month plus. He's probably getting a lot more now. $35,000 a month. That's what he was getting a year ago.
Yeah.
For that crap. I mean, it's unfucking believable. Anyway. And it's just so messed up. Like, and why don't some of the people that throw money at Jimmy Dore, right? Why don't they throw money at Media Roots Radio and Mint Press News and things like that? Like, there are people just throwing money at Jimmy Dore, and yeah, he's got some good stuff on his program and stuff, but he doesn't need any more money. I think he's doing fine, thanks very much. Why don't people throw money at these other independent journalists? And while I'm having a bit of a rant about that, I want to say something about how disappointed I am that the Grey Zone has ignored Abby Martin's landmark case, the anti-BDS case that she won against
I'd like
Georgia
to know
University.
Why the hell they do that?
Yeah, they haven't mentioned it at all, even though almost every other, including odd sites and also the Rising, mentioned that. I mean, even if they've had some sort of falling out with Abby Martin and Abby Martin and Mike Price, even if there's been some falling out with them over what, goodness knows what, they still should, as journalists, mention that landmark case. And I've actually put on a number of, sites, and it'd be good if other people did this too, a number of things asking them how come they haven't mentioned this win by Abby Martin against the Georgia University, because it's a really, really important landmark case.
Even if they don't for some reason like
it's even if they don't like them,
I don't know
it's
why
irrelevant.
But
yeah, even if they don't like them for some reason, they should mention that, because that is news. It's real news.
Yeah.
So I hope people think about, asking Max Blumenthal on his Twitter thing, if he ever reads the replies, I don't know, and asking Ben Norton. I think Erin Mattei might have mentioned something, but I don't think Anya Parampil has mentioned anything. Like, people need to sort of like push them to say something, because that's really petty, if they're not doing it because they've had some sort of personal falling out with them.
Breakthrough
That's
news is
ridiculous.
excellent, yeah. Jenny
So
and
do you know
Holly
what
are
I mean by
mentioning
that, Jenny?
What?
I'm just asking Jenny. Anyway, so I've had Carl's number for a while, but I know a lot of socialists and communists who kept wanting to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that the Vouch thing was it for them. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, do you... Yes, exactly, Jenny, that it was an important win. But have you noticed, though, Jenny, that they haven't... the grey zone hasn't mentioned that at all? I mean, how ridiculous is that? Anyway, so I just find that really sad.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wrote something on their Patreon and sort of asked them, look, can you somehow like fix up whatever it is that's happened, and just kind of, sort of, you know what I mean? It's just I just find that really sad. I thought there was something wrong with I thought there was some problem they had with Abby and Michael Preisner. I thought there was something that was wrong, because they hadn't ever invited them into live streams in the last year, and they hadn't mentioned them, and they hadn't been retweeting them and stuff, and I thought something's going on here. And then when they didn't do that, I thought, wow,
Yeah.
So anyway,
that was just too weird.
Yeah,
really.
that was like when it became really obvious. So Jenny said, yeah, it was the talk of the town, just like Carl and Crystal wanted. They got a huge boost in views and promotion. Oh, yeah, you mean the Vouch thing? Yeah. And of course, he got a whole new audience. They just gave him a whole new audience, because he pretended like that he was, this very, very measured individual, and that, it's totally not what he's like on his own channel. So they just gave him a whole new bunch of people who can be, led up the garden path on a bunch of issues, to keep everybody in this status quo, to keep, promoting capitalism and all that sort of stuff. So anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe the grey zone was disgusted like we were. You mean, what about, though? I don't mean about Vouch. I'm talking about not mentioning Abby Martin's landmark case against the Georgia University. They haven't mentioned it, which is really strange.
And why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Anyhow, that's my little kind of rant for today. I just...
Yeah, it was just too weird.
It's just sad. Yeah.
Because, like, that's such an important win.
Yeah. Such an important win.
And so pertinent at the moment.
Yeah, it's so pertinent. Exactly, because that means that is a, I mean, if they stop BDS, that's going to slow things down. And I wonder if, you could actually, Didi, because that's happened, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if the people who have signed those forms in various universities, not realizing that was part of it, the pledge to Israel, and not criticizing and not joining in BDS. I wonder if that they can actually, that can make that an invalid contract.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think?
Yes.
In retrospect,
it would make it invalid. If it's against the law, then you can't have it.
What's that?
If it's against the law, you can't have it.
Yeah, so even though they sign that contract, it can actually make it invalid now, do you think? Because there would be people that would have signed contracts for universities, anything over $1,000 or whatever, that they wouldn't have even known that was in the contract. Most people don't read the fine print.
Yeah. Although, I don't know. I think people would have noticed that one.
I don't know. It really depends how much fine print there was, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
They'll have pages and pages of this and that, and then the devil's in the detail kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Hi, Nandi. Hi, Nandi.
Oh.
Nandi Barnes. Nandi. Anyway, so what do you, automatic invalidation, you reckon, Jera? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be automatically invalidated just because the contract itself is illegal. It's unconstitutional.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody wants to sell.
So, Tom, what's been happening in your world and what's been happening in your world, Jera? Anything exciting? Anything interesting? And Tom said, there is a clause in every contract here in America that says if one thing is found to be illegal, it does not invalidate the entire contract. Oh. What would that mean, Didi? Does that mean...
Oh, I think that might... But I think it would invalidate at least that aspect of the contract.
Right.
It may not invalidate the entire contract. In other words, if you had been contracted to get paid for such and such work, it wouldn't mean that they didn't have to pay you.
No, yes.
For the work done or anything like that.
Yeah, it just means you don't have to pledge allegiance to Israel anymore, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's good. You know who would make an interesting dinner party guest? Is Norman Finkelstein.
Yes, I think.
He'd be so interesting. I'd love to have him for dinner.
Yeah. I think it's so funny.
He's a little bit scary sometimes.
Yeah. Watching him in the back of those things where he would just
sitting
sit back in his chair and
that was hilarious when he's being interviewed by Katie Halper. He was sitting way back, like way away from the microphone. I mean, he doesn't give a shit really. He's way back from the microphone and he's sitting way back in a chair.
Yeah.
And he looks like he had his head sort of stuck to the back of the chair.
There was somebody who had another...
he's great.
Scholar or something, a bit like Norman Finkelstein. I think it was... I don't know if it was on The Analysis or on Menar's channel, Mint Press News, but they were sitting there the whole time in this rocking chair, rocking back and forth.
It wasn't Norman Finkelstein, was it?
No, it wasn't Norman Finkelstein.
Okay.
I want to say it's Merv something or other. Rocking back and forth in this chair, and it was incredibly distracting because they'd come up to the camera and back and up in the back, but they were in a rocking chair.
Oh, okay.
Having an interview.
What was he talking about?
Palestine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Rocking in the rocking chair.
And it was just like, oh my goodness,
That's funny. I'd go and have a look, but I can't be bothered right now.
What was yes, Dee Dee?
What?
Tom and Jera have said yes about something that I said, but I don't remember what it was that I said anymore. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway, he's kind of fascinating, Norman Finkelstein.
He is. He's great.
Yeah.
I was just reading his book Gaza, which is
The
really an
martyrdom.
excellent book.
There's something of martyrdom.
What?
There's something of martyrdom. It has
Hang on,
something
I'll give you
of
the
the
exact
cause
name.
of. There's
The
something
main
of.
title is Gaza.
Yeah. There's something of martyrdom. Yeah, I was interested in looking at that one, but. I'm way behind. I've got all these books that we bought and I haven't read them. Does anybody
Gaza,
have
an
that
inquest
problem?
into its martyrdom.
Does it inquest into martyrdom?
Yeah.
That's right. Has anybody?
I've been
you know,
reading
bought,
some interesting books lately.
Yeah.
The Invention of the Land of Israel, From Holy Land to Homeland, is an interesting one too.
Oh yeah.
Shlomo Sand. And there's one by Asma Al-Ghul, who's a Palestinian woman who's basically been very critical of Hamas and Fatah because she lives in Palestine, because she lives in Gaza.
Yeah.
But and she's mostly critical of their attempt at kind of imposing a more repressive type of Islam. And she says that's not the Islam she knows. And,
No.
and yet, you know, she's written this very beautiful book, A Rebel in Gaza, where she just talks about her own personal life from her early childhood to, you know, pretty much recent stuff.
Yeah.
Where she's had, you know, big chunks of her family blown up and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's interesting. She's quite critical of these things and has been kind of gotten into various trouble, been thrown in prison and stuff for opposing some of those things and going for a more liberal interpretation of Islam.
Oh yeah.
And refusing to wear a headscarf and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What's her name?
Asma Al-Ghul.
Uh-huh.
And the book is Rebel in Gaza.
Right.
And it's these wonderful, beautiful little short chapters. But I mean, all through it, it's like, yes, these are problems, but Israel is the enemy.
Right. Yeah.
But Israel is doing this shit to us.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Whether or not there are complexities within our own culture, within Gaza, but Israel is oppressing us.
Yeah.
And it's very good. I enjoyed it anyway.
Yeah, I have a lot of audio books, Jenny, but I tend to sort of like on my walk, I tend to read Eckhart Tolle because I tend to listen to Eckhart Tolle because it makes me I feel like I get kind of my life in balance. It's like a little mini retreat every day, but I've got all these different books on Audible that I need to listen to, and I just I don't know, I just have to put more time aside to do that and stuff. It always seems like there's just not enough time in the day for everything that needs to be done. There just seems to be, I was just saying to Dee Dee, there just seems to be more and more things that you have to sort out or do or and stuff. But anyway, so
yeah, Tom
hang
was
on,
just talking about.
I just wanted to read Jenny said my fave was when Norman Finkelstein went off on that silly girl in the audience crying about Finkelstein comparing Israel to Nazis. Yeah, that's a famous one, which I think he's actually embarrassed about because he doesn't like doing the Holocaust card. But actually, that's a really powerful one, that one.
Yeah.
Really great. Jenny says audiobooks are fantastic if you find yourself busy or having to do a lot of physical work. Yeah, I know, they're great, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Jera Brown, if life is leaf, it was what you said about at least that clause of the contract would be invalid.
Yeah.
Tom said working on some ideas to help the homeless, explosion of people living in their cars who are working but cannot find affordable housing. Yeah, isn't that insane? Yes, Tom, that is what all of us should be doing if we can. There really isn't enough time in the day. So working on some ideas to help the homeless. Yeah. I don't know, how do people even live in, this is the sort of the great, like, how do even people live in cars in for example, in summer? I mean, cars just
Well, I've
get
lived in
crazy
cars.
hot. Dee Dee's lived in cars, haven't you, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
But like in summer though, like cars get like so much hotter than
yeah.
the external
You
air,
park in the
don't they?
shade.
Yeah, no, but you can't always park in the shade though,
Sure,
can you?
but you also don't have to be in them in the day generally.
Right. You can get out and stuff.
Yeah, you
Fucking
can go out and
depressing
sit in the
though.
park in the day, in the day.
Fucking depressing though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
Just
And
awful.
it's
I
far
mean,
better.
what kind of a fucking society have we got where people are fucking living in cars and under
Yeah,
bridges and shit? I
yeah,
mean, I'm sorry, but that is, that is the people. That is that just shows where we're at as a society and as a global
yeah.
community. We have failed when people are living in cars and under bridges and
Sure.
stuff.
Yeah,
That is a complete failure.
yeah. And really, I mean, it would be so simple. I mean, I've often thought with so many people living in shared houses, you know,
Yeah.
and in times where I've lived in shared houses because I really haven't been able to afford to rent a house. I've been able to afford to rent a room in a house.
Yeah.
But how few houses there are which are set up with decent sized rooms. That's where it used to be great to find an old house where the rooms were big enough to have your bed and a table and a desk, like where you could put a computer and you could kind of live in that room. But if you're going to live in a room in a house, even a shared house, you really want to have enough space,
Mm.
In that room. It can't be tiny. Like, one of the things that's really pissed me off about modern houses is they'll have, the master bedroom, which is often a decent size, and that's for mom and dad. And then they'll have the kids' rooms,
Yeah.
which are these tiny things that are big enough for like a single bed
Yeah.
and a dresser or something,
Yeah.
barely, and you can barely get between the two of them. And I think, who builds houses like that?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point of having a bedroom that's like 3 meters by 2 meters?
Yeah, because so they can advertise it like a 4-bedroom
Well, they
house
can
or
say
something.
they can have 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms or whatever, but I mean, they're ridiculous. And the thing is, you can't use a house like that as a shared house.
No,
Not
no, that's true.
without people being just incredibly.
And we're talking about Australia. I think it's probably, I mean, the amount
Yeah.
of rent, rent that is being the what do you call it? Jesus,
What?
rent is so expensive in
It's
Australia.
extortionate.
It's
Yeah.
just insane.
Yeah.
Even in Tasmania.
Yeah. I mean, in Australia, they have these various, in Australia, they have these various co-housing schemes where people can sometimes get together and get to build something where there are a number of houses, but there is like some sort of common areas, like an area for washing machines and dryers, and then you only need a couple of them for a number of houses. Or you have common playgrounds for kids and stuff like that. In the middle of a block, a square block of houses. And that seems to be better than a lot of public housing. Jared says, Trish preaching to the choir. How we treat the least of us is telling us to how we are as people. Jera agreeing with the way we treat the least of us is telling about who we are as a people. Yeah. And Diane's here. Hi Diana. Yeah, rent is just too high. Rent is insane. Um, there's a lot of people who have issues. People like, oh God, what's his name? Starts with a C. The guy. Oh God, the guy who's always on about Malthusianism and Taylor Maupin. Yeah. Um, Caleb Maupin talks about Malthusianism whenever anybody mentions population and stuff. But population is a real issue. But people don't really think, like people have talked about population as, oh my God, there'll be all these horrible things. But what people don't realize is, for example, because there's only so much space for housing, population increase is one of the reasons the prices of housing increases. Or, environmental catastrophe, you're not going to feel it necessarily by suddenly it being so hot that you start dying, although some people will do that. In some situations it will be that. But the more basic thing is suddenly food is just going to get more and more expensive.
Yeah.
Because agricultural areas start to collapse.
Yeah. Yeah, and
yes,
did he? The Malthusian. Yeah. I think you like Caleb, don't you, Jen? Maupin. The Malthusian thing also isn't even really appropriate in a way, because that actually means he had Malthusian sort of theory, like he sort of actually thought that you had to kind of put your foot on the heads of people. Wasn't that part of it? It was a sort of a
Malthus had a lot of really fucked social ideas.
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't change the fact that population is an issue.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
and of course the West uses so much more resources and is the greater contributor far more than any other country, any of the other countries, the poorer in quotes countries and stuff.
But other countries would like to use that much resources.
But one thing that's never ever really mentioned, because most people aren't vegan, is that we seem to think that the 99.9% of the population, which is non-human, are irrelevant.
Yeah.
And we can just keep building and building and driving them out into these little tiny oases of habitats and stuff. And we can keep doing that until we make them extinct.
Manage the whole world as our resource.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter about their lives at all.
Yeah.
That's something that's never mentioned.
I've got to go and do...
Okay. It's something that's never ever mentioned. That's because most people aren't vegan and they don't think about the fact that other animals have a right to be on this planet too, and we don't have a right to just keep destroying their habitat. And of course, as I've mentioned many times on this podcast, the channel, that animal agriculture is responsible for that study said that the largest study to date, 40,000 farms from farm to fork, 90% of all we eat. That a vegan diet, a plant-based diet, is the single most important thing one can do to address not only the climate crisis, but acidification, eutrophication, land shortages, water shortages, and all of that. That was the largest study to date by Dr. Joseph Poore in the UK. So anyway, that's sort of like, that's something that most people, particularly people who go on about population and Malthusian stuff and all of that, they never ever mention the fact that just putting aside whatever country you're from, no matter where we're from, just being human and just completely ignoring the fact that there are other animals on the planet who have a right to be here just as much as we do, that we treat them like they're irrelevant and we can just wipe out everything to do with them, all their habitat, and that's totally fine. And all we care about is the fact, when we talk about them, most of us only talk about them in terms of, I'd like to be able to see them. I want to be able to look at them. It's not that they have their own interests and they want to live, their life. What's that, Didi? Yeah, and we only care about the big predators, and we care about the things that we find, the animals that we find fascinating, and we fetishize and all of that. I mean, that's not even on people's radar. what, and we only care about it when it comes to, that we may not be able to look at them anymore. Well, that's a bullshit reason to, you know what I mean? So, like, people need to watch Seaspiracy, watch that documentary on Netflix, Seaspiracy. Now, I haven't seen it because I don't want to see animals gasping for breath on the decks of boats and stuff like that. Dee Dee's seen it. I tend to get really traumatized. Yeah, Dee Dee said it's really good. I get really... It's not too gross, but I find anything gross now. Anything where animals are being harmed, I can't deal with it. Yes, yes. So it's like, but people should check that out. And the horror story that the fishing industry, and of course, the fishing industry wouldn't exist if we were vegan. We're actually creating that devastation in the oceans and stuff. So do check it out, Seaspiracy. I've been talking about that documentary for a couple of 3 years because I thought it was going to come out, and it never came out, and then it's just come out recently.
One of the things that struck me was that in the 70s there was a big compendium of scientific articles that came out through, I think it was Science magazine or something, about sustainability and so on. That was in the days when they used to have that kind of discussion. And a marine biologist, I think he was a marine biologist or maybe a hydrologist, called Reville, talked about the idea that as the population increased, we might have to move further down on the food chain in the ocean and get rid of the whales so we could eat the krill. Yeah. A fellow named Reville, and he was talking about how you could manage as we had more people. Yeah. Yeah, Soylent Green. Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah.
Chlorella, actually. That's how we can manage. That's what they were talking about many years ago, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
Addressing the world hunger thing. Chlorella.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. We can invest in new technology, and that's fine. And at a certain point, there is enough for everyone if we manage things in a rational way. But if you increase the population further, then there stops being that. And the idea that technology can always come up with an answer is just crazy, really. It's part of the reason we've gotten into this mess. And there's a reality about the fact that you cannot just keep increasing population forever because resources have some absolute limit. And even with technology, I mean, I've looked at technology and that kind of stuff, and you look at things like copper or a lot of minerals, oil and these kind of things, and it used to be easily accessible. 100 years ago, there was oil coming up in Pennsylvania in the ground, and that's why Pennzoil was one of the first oil companies and that kind of thing. It was easily accessible. These days, you need technology to build offshore oil rigs to get very deep it's not just energy. And, fusion tech's been studied for ages. There hasn't been any practical, development of that. It's a bit like, with medicine. We've gotten better and better at dealing with medicine. But a number of people have said that plagues are kind of inevitable because bacteria have such a short generational time that they evolve. It's like bacteria have already evolved that can eat petroleum. There's bacteria that can that are obligate livers. They need penicillin to live. Yeah, and that's frightening. There's bacteria that have developed not only resistance to certain antibiotic, but generic resistances, and then multiple generic resistances, and those resistance factors are being passed not only from within a genera, bacterial genera, but between bacterial genera, and that's frightening. I mean, the development of resistance is really going very, very quickly, because bacterial generation times are often like 20 minutes or less. Yeah, and a lot of our, as Trish says, industrial farming and that kind of stuff, where there's routine uses of antibiotics, which means we're got you low level of antibiotics all the time. It's really very messy. Anyway, with the population thing, I mean, there is the ultimate thing that there are limits to what materials there are, and if we try to manage the entire planet, that's part of our problem. If we take the entire planet as resources that we manage, well, that kind of cuts out most of the natural world. And that cuts out a lot of the ecological synergies that exist in nature. And you can see that with things like the biosphere too, where they tried technologically to create a self-sustaining environment, and they couldn't. It basically failed in a big way. And like, we don't know enough. We're not God, and there aren't infinite technological solutions. At some point we might have to think about limiting our population, and that doesn't mean invoking any kind of racism, and that doesn't mean eliminating the poor. If you think like that, you're stuffed. But you need to think about what the limits to growth are. You can't just have infinite growth. And this is part of the problem with some of the socialist economies, and the reason some of them got into deep shit environmentally here and there is they worked on the principle that you could do that if you just got everybody together, you could keep doing that. And it doesn't really work like that. Tom is saying, Diana's talking about coffee, my lifeblood. Yeah.
Dee Dee burnt the pies.
What?
Dee Dee burnt the pies.
Oh, well, I followed
Dee Dee
the
burnt
instructions.
the pies. What's that?
I followed the instructions.
The instructions that have led to the burning. The burning pies. Oh. I'm just going to eat some of this pie.
What really shits me, I think, more than anything, is this notion, and you see it with China, some of the things that they've been arguing, that their population is aging, and therefore they need to go for instead of a one-child family, a three-child family. Yeah. And people aren't really interested because it interferes with their life. But the reason these nations start talking about increasing population is so that they can have young people working to support the older people.
Yeah.
Well, if you do that, you just end up having yet another population that's even bigger that's going to age. And it's a formula for just increasing your population and increasing your population.
Yeah. But actually,
And it's a formula that's based on capitalism. It's a formula that's based on the idea that you don't actually rationally look after everybody.
Yeah.
That you have to have so many young people making so much profit that you can, siphon off a bit to take care of all the old people.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work now.
No.
I mean, look at aged care homes. Look at how
Yeah.
old people are actually treated. In Australia, one of the biggest rising areas of homelessness is actually older women,
Really?
particularly those who've had some kind of relationship where they've been married and that kind of stuff, and then their husband dies, and and you've got all these old women who are living in cars and living in shelters, and and this is increasingly a situation here, and we are not dealing with people. We are not dealing rationally with it. We have governments who talk about increasing the population so that they can get taxes and pay for aged care homes or some garbage, and it's not working now.
No.
And increasing the population isn't going to make it work better. You've got to change the structure of what's going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to turn off my mic and eat something too.
Okay.
Dan is saying my mom.
What's that? No. Capitalism is a failure. It's got to go. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan. Jera, I agree entirely. Coffee is fabulous, although I'm no longer an addict the kind of addict that I was. Green socialism is an absolutely beautiful concept. I mean, socialism is the only way we're ever going to get anywhere. We all have to be working together for each other.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's how we need to approach the population issue. We have to understand what it is, we can, and not consider the entire planet our resource pool.
Yeah.
We have to leave room for the rest of life.
Yeah.
I thought that would have been a no-brainer, but obviously not.
Yeah.
And we need to figure out what kind of population we can sustain and how we can sustain it, at what level. How can we actually get everybody who's alive getting what they need?
Yeah.
And capitalism, obviously not the way to do that at all.
Oh, bye, Tom. Tom has to go.
Oh, okay. See you, Tom. He already has pie. Diana said pie. Yes, we have these little vegan pies that we bought. We're trying them out.
That's the problem with eating junk food. You have to
Yeah. We are a factory farm, yes. It is shameful how older people are treated. Holly said it's shameful how older people are treated. Sure, absolutely. The condescension, the just discarding people, they're considered useless eaters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, unless you die early, everybody's going to be old.
Yeah.
Yeah, useless eaters. That's what the Nazis used to think. That's why I'm going to get AstraZeneca, and other people under 50 are going to get Pfizer. Because I'm a useless eater, Dee Dee. Anyhow, if the nursing homes in Australia, the couple that we've seen, are anything like the others, I'll be doing medically assisted dying. I'm not going to end up I'm not going to do a nursing home. Hideous warehousing of people, either drugging them up or letting them fucking die in some god awful way. No, thank you. Just dreadful. They're vegan pies. Unfortunately, the more vegan junk food that comes out, every so often you want to try one of them, and of course they're all bad for you, pretty much. It's just junk food. Yeah, it's nice to have a break from making everything from scratch. Hey, Nandi. Excuse me. Why, what did I say? Holly said, you're a treasure. What did I say? Oh, okay. Thank you, Holly. Yes, aged care homes are just awful. I think I may have to do some sort of a home job or medically assisted dying kind of thing, because I don't think I think these nursing homes are just awful. They look good on the outside, but when you actually sort of have a look inside and what's going on, it's a different story. Ah, pizza from scratch. That sounds good, Dan. Watering the garden. Oh, that's nice to be out in the garden, Jen. Have you gotten back to that job, Jen, of the vegan thing? Have you gotten back to that yet? The vegan education type thing? Hey, Dee Dee?
Yes.
Will you be playing the game soon?
Oh, yes. Go back to playing this game. I was ranting instead.
Let's see.
I don't have a crystal. And I can't freaking find or buy a crystal from anyone. I'm having a hard time. I just wanted to get a crystal of some sort. Stupid.
Supposed to be back in August. Oh, good. That sounds good, Jen. Yay. That's a great way to spend one's time, isn't it? Oh.
Oh, goodness. Why? Why are you all here?
Well, I'll have good thoughts for you, Jen. Wow, you're walking really, really fast. Yeah, getting paid for activism, that's great. Unfortunately, these little racer birds, they attack people and you end up having to kill them. That's the problem with Morrowind. You have to go around and kill most of the animals because they won't stop attacking you. Hey, Diddy.
Until you learn to be invisible.
Until you learn to be invisible, or you can run away from them in a hurry. Hi, Nandi. Hi, Nandi. So, if we get a day where or a few days where we don't have to do anything, Didi, I want to sort of maybe
I know where I can go.
Start digging up another part of the garden and try and till that soil to make some extra garden.
What's that?
I was thinking, if we get some extra time in the future, it'd be good I might try and start digging up outside of that little garden fence.
Oh, yeah.
And so we can extend the garden a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just turn over the grass and stuff.
Well, yeah, I haven't had enough time to really focus on the garden, and it's been bad.
Yeah. Well, that's all right.
It's not. It's not
well,
good.
I mean, that's just how it is, though, isn't it, really? It's really unfortunate. So in love with your garden. So what have you got happening in your garden, Jen? You know what we like having going all the time is kale and rocket and what's the other
Silver
one?
Beet.
Silver beet. But the thing about the kale and the rocket, like rocket apparently is very good for neuroplasticity, and it's got lots of other benefits too. But it kind of grows really easily, and you can just go up there, pull up some, and put it on whatever, and get your fresh greens and everything, and also kale, if you that Tuscan kale is nice and soft, and you kind of get leaves of that, and and it's
the
just
Tuscan
great.
Black kale.
It's just great to kind of have as a thing. You can just go up and keep grabbing leaves and stuff.
I grew a bunch of chicory. Was it last year? But that wasn't so great. It was all right.
What's that?
The chicory.
Yeah, it got a little bit bitter toward the end, but I think that's because we left it too long.
Yeah.
But we had this. That's really bad, Dan, about the ordinance of no food gardens in the front yard.
Why?
Oh, who knows?
That's stupid.
And we had this nectarine tree last summer. Oh my goodness, it went berserk, didn't it, Didi?
What?
The nectarine tree.
Oh, yes. We had
so
much fruit from our nectarine tree.
It was nuts.
When we first got here, we planted a bunch of fruit. And it was just so good.
And then the nectarine tree, we weren't spraying it enough in the winter. You had to spray
get curly leaf.
You just have to spray copper sulfate on the the branches and the trunk and everything, and then it will help prevent curly leaf. And there was a few winters that we just didn't get around to it, and so it never really got a lot of fruit. It didn't get any really, did it? It just got curly leaf. So then this last summer we managed to get to it in winter and sprayed it and stuff. And then last summer it was just insane how much fruit was on it, wasn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
Well, there must have been
so good.
200 or more fruit on it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we didn't actually get all of it, and we were giving it away. People, we'd kind of give give some away and stuff. And there's nothing nicer. It's really hard to get fresh fruit now. You wouldn't think it would be like that in a state where there's a lot of orchards, but they tend to sort of send the fruit over to Melbourne, and sometimes it goes. I don't know. It goes over and comes back, and they freeze it really early, and so you never get a ripened fruit. But so it's lovely to eat a actual.
Well, they take
ripened.
all the fruit from here and send it to Melbourne.
Yeah, that's right.
And then store it there and then send it back.
Yes, it's ridiculous. So you never really get fully ripened fruit. It always tastes really crap. So so it's great to actually have fruit trees where you can actually let something naturally ripen, and it just tastes like real fruit. So that's really wonderful. That sounds good, Dan. Operating to grow fruit and flowers. So Diana, you're in South Carolina, aren't you? I think I've been to South Carolina, Columbia, and Charleston. Yeah. Charleston was such an interesting city. I didn't get to see a whole lot of it, but just kind of an interesting place. How old is the... Oh, I see. The grandson had a pooey bottom.
Oh, no.
What's that?
I just got killed.
Oh, no. And Jen said, ate the first strawberry of the year yesterday, and there was no comparison with the store-bought. Exactly. There's no comparison. Yeah. Yeah. I think one day when all our trees get bigger and stuff.
Oh no. That's a golden saint.
I can see Rooney looking through the French doors. There's obviously a little potteroo outside.
Yeah.
He's on the other side of the glass, and he's like sneaking up on the potteroo from the glass. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. I think I must be getting tired. Oh, I see. You were checking his wipe job. Yeah.
Who did that?
Somebody's stalking you there.
Oh, there's somebody here. Oh, Jesus God.
What? What's that?
There's people everywhere trying to kill me.
Oh no. Yeah. Who is that? Oh no.
That's a golden saint down there.
Oh no. Dee Dee. Where's your special powers? Uh-oh, there's somebody down there. Where is your... Don't you have some sort of sword or something?
No. Not really. I have to get away.
Oh no.
It's a golden saint.
They did it again.
Ah!
What's going on, Dee Dee?
The golden saint is killing me.
But can't you pull out a sword or something? Dee Dee?
maybe I can use some magic. I've got to heal myself first off. This is the trouble with Morrowind.
Oh, I saw this really bizarre, like it was a 20-year-old program by 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes is a Channel 9 thing. Is that a Murdoch thing, Dee Dee? Channel 9?
I don't know. I think so. I think Channel 9 is Murdoch.
So anyway, I was watching this. It's 60 years old, and they were going on about, what it was going to be like in 20 years or 20 or 30 years and stuff. And I think it was made in the late 90s, and it had Jeff Bezos there when he had hair, and he was talking about how people are going to live from between 300 years and 5,000 years, and and people will be growing sort of organs back, so that's how they'll be able to just grow things back, and that's how they'll be able to live for so long. I don't know if they said anything about brains though, and I mean, you might have, your brain might be in a bad way, but the rest of you might be okay, and that's not so great. But anyhow, so they're going on with all these fantastical things, which, some of them are already coming true, but they're all going on about how everybody's going to be, by this stage, probably flying cars. Flying cars are going to be the thing. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, we're still driving around in these tons of steel with petrol in the tanks, most of us. They haven't even gotten the fucking electric car thing off the ground. And here was this show like 20 years ago, oh no, we'll be all probably doing the flying cars and things. And they weren't even talking about these like billionaires like what's his name, Bezos, wasn't even thinking about the climate crisis or anything, even though that was on the radar. And at the end of the program they started talking about that. But then they, of course, being a Murdoch thing, which I think that was, or maybe it wasn't at the time, I'm not sure, they started saying, and what about all the Muslims in the north? We're going to have a really good, superior military and defense systems and all of that. And I thought, yeah, the whole thing, they have to inject the xenophobia into it. But like, I was just sort of thinking, they were all talking about, we'll be going off to other planets, and then we'll be throughout the galaxy. And I'm thinking, God, this is just so, even back then, this is so deluded. Like if, and everybody's they won't have to work very much, and, this sort of utopian kind of a thing. And I'm thinking, you can't even treat people decently now. Why on earth would anybody think everybody's going to be treated decently in the future when they can't, people like Bezos who are making $40,000 a minute can't even give their people, they're trying to union bust, and they can't even give people a living wage, and $15 an hour isn't a living wage, and they had to be absolutely pushed to do that. And I'm not even sure, is everybody getting that now? I don't know. But like, why would anybody believe for a moment that they're just not talking about themselves, and what they're going to benefit from? Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah, really. I think it'd be absolutely that they're talking about themselves. Diana sounds like she has a wonderful garden, I have to say. It's a nice, sort of southwesty kind of garden with corn and oregano and cucumbers and zucchini. We used to grow some wonderful zucchini and stuff when I was in New Mexico. Yes, I'm so sorry, Jenny. I know exactly how that feels. I've had my ankles all screwed up and not been able to do stuff, and that's been bad. Zucchini is super low maintenance and plentiful. It certainly is. You can have so much zucchini, you have a hard time giving it away. We ended up growing zucchini that was baseball bat zucchini that we ended up having to keep, and as winter squash, it seemed to have a hard enough outer shell. And we grew a lot of the scallopini, the little flying saucer squashes, and crookneck squashes and stuff like that. Remember when we were in Derby and I planted a few of those, and we had such prolific crops that you got sick of them. You said, no more of those. I don't want any more of those string beans and those bloody zucchinis and those bloody little summer squashes. Yes, you have to figure out ways of making it work.
And Judy kept wanting to buy beans all the time.
Yeah.
Beans.
What?
He kept buying string beans all the time.
Buying string beans? You mean from the store, or all of those that I was producing? I was producing them all, and I would cook them and put them in the freezer, and then they'd sit there for 6 months, and we'd finally get rid of them. Poor little string beans. Yeah. And Jera said they have hovercraft and jetpacks in 64. They did. I remember doing a play in the 70s, and one of the refrains was, when you feel the draft of our hovercraft, you'll see what the future will bring. You think you know the way out. You think you know what it's all about. But once you're in, and that's the end, my friend. You'll never get out. It was a bit of a depressing play, or at least that part was. Yes, the digging and planting and putting up chicken wire is definitely the hardest part. Once you get the soil going, it's not too bad, you know. Like once you've actually built up the soil to where there's worms and it's nice and friable. Our problem here is what we've got mainly is very dense clay. Are you coming back, Trishi?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm feeding the cats.
Oh, fried eggplant, yum. Yes.
He's a big fan of it.
I'm a big fan of eggplant, and I think I've managed to convince Trish that it's actually a nice food.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. You can put your mic on and say that.
What's that?
Put your mic on and say that. Yeah.
Yes, I like
We actually
eggplant.
do eggplant. One of the ways we do it is slice it and put it on paper towels or something absorbent. Put it in the microwave for 10 minutes, and then when you fry it, it's just lovely. It's really fast. You don't need to use the salt thing or any.
Yeah,
of that
microwave
stuff.
might be a no-no for some people, but
Might be a no for some people, but
of course you can always
are
just salt them,
applications
Didi.
which are good for it.
You can always just salt them and then, pat them dry and stuff.
You can always use an oven too.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
true.
slower.
What did I miss out on with I wanted to do my garden again this year so bad, but with this
We're
stupid
mostly talking about
hernia, I
gardening
couldn't
now.
tend to it
Eggplant
like I need to.
parmesan, yes, lovely.
And my fam is way too lazy to help.
And you can do,
I'm just doing some herbs this time.
yeah.
Oh, do you mind me asking how you did that hernia? Were you struggling with something? Anyway, zucchini is super low maintenance and plentiful.
Fried
Yeah,
eggplant is the bomb.
they have hovercraft and jetpacks in 1964.
Yes, Dan, I never had a microwave until... When did we get a microwave? Here, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why we
In
did
like
it, but it's actually been
2007. I
okay.
never had one till then.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
We've been cooking in a tiny little oven for a long time.
yeah.
Like it's
We have
about
like a countertop oven.
yes, it's sort of tiny, and we've been managing to cook all this different stuff because we just haven't got into
Really nice bread and...
installing the oven properly.
yeah.
Um,
I think it's nice bread anyway.
it is nice bread.
Yeah.
So
Sourdough.
Jenny said, unapologetic vegan, yes, indeed. I love having those and tomatoes in the plenty every year. So who is saying their tomatoes are struggling? Oh my. Oh, who wrote this one?
What?
Hang on a sec, I'm just looking at something. Letters to a New Vegan by Lantern Publishing and Media, narrated by Eunice Wong. Eunice Wong has narrated some book called Letters to a New Vegan. I haven't heard of that. Anyway, so whoops. Let's see. And my tomatoes are struggling. Have you got any suggestions for tomatoes, Dee Dee?
For tomatoes? I don't know. I think tomatoes is just good soil, basically, and staking them up, having it warm enough. I think starting the tomatoes. Where was the tomato thing?
Up further, my tomatoes are struggling. So Jenny said the digging, planting, and putting up the chicken wire, etc., is really the hardest part.
Thing.
Then it's mostly pest and weed control, and of course watering after that. And Dan said, I was thinking of you yesterday while toying with my boat yesterday. New LED lights in the side, the cabin below decks. And then there was an eggplant, loving of the eggplant, and eggplant parmesan, okay, and clay here too, better than sandy soil though, yep.
Yeah.
The hernia was caused by the surgeries I had last year. This is Jenny. The appendix that the bowel resection caused. Oh my, that sounds kind of a bit scary. You had a bowel resection.
Yeah.
That last one was the brutal one. It's been hell ever since.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's very difficult.
Anyway.
Yeah, bowel resections are very bad.
Yeah.
They're tricky.
Yeah.
And tomatoes need decent soil. They don't need fabulous soil, but they need decent soil. They need a good start.
Yeah.
And you need to get a lot of blooms in the spring.
So maybe it's just lacking, it's maybe lacking a particular, like this seaweed fertilizer that's pretty good and can give them a zap, hey? Seaweed fertilizer.
Yeah.
And I find that's really beneficial, isn't it?
Yeah.
I had tomato worms one year. I bought some Diatomaceous earth, and that took care of them. I have trouble with the whole killing the insects business. It's really a struggle for me.
Diatomaceous earth tends to be stuff that they don't like crawling
Is that
across.
like Fuller's Earth, that sort of thing?
I think that's the same as Fuller's Earth. It's diatoms are basically a little kind of shelled creature.
Yeah.
They're beautiful. If you've ever seen diatoms under a microscope.
Yeah.
They're little one-celled creatures, but they're gorgeous. Yeah, they have all these unique structures.
Yeah.
And when they die, their skeletons form diatomaceous earth.
Ah.
We had lovely black tomatoes, black Russians. They were gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
They're
yummy.
Fabulous tasting.
Yeah, really yummy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So yummy. Oh, Didi, can you see who who like this is narrated by Eunice, but it doesn't sort of mention who actually wrote it. I can't quite work out. Or maybe I should ask her. Yeah. Outside. Just against the wall. Just against the wall. Just outside on the right, yeah. Let's see. Neem oil, yes, neem oil. We've got that. Jen said I have to use cups as barriers for all my cold crops, and roly-polies would have eaten everything. I'm not familiar with roly-polies. They got all the broccoli. Oh yeah. Eggplant is a pretty plant. Is anyone growing asparagus? Wow, that'd be really great to grow asparagus, Dan. Yeah. It's so expensive too, asparagus. Does everybody find the price of food seems to be going up and up? It's not great. Here it seems to be going up. Sort of, I don't know, everything seems to have like doubled in price. Another reason to start growing more food. So that's really all we've got going now, is really sort of some like we've got all the fruit trees, and we've got the little berry orchard, and then we've got these sort of green, just the basic greens like rocket and kale and stuff. Because yeah, they're just so great straight off the plant. It's great to be able to just harvest leaves and stuff. What's that? Oh yeah. And does the health of tomatoes have anything to do with maybe rotating them in another part of the, like the health of tomatoes? Does it help to make sure you don't keep planting them in the same place? Yeah, maybe that's what the problem is.
You have to make sure that don't plant them in the same place all the time.
Maybe that's what the problem is. Jenny keeps planting them in the same place.
Around.
Anyway, Dee Dee, I might have to go to bed soon because I'm actually feeling really tired now. I know, isn't that awful?
Yes.
But then we've been on since like 8:15. So we've been on for like 3 hours now. But I'll probably.
People have only just woken up recently.
I know. I could probably go on for another, say, half an hour, and then I think I might have to go to bed. What's that?
Piker.
I know. What a piker I am.
Yeah.
I'm turning into an old person.
Yeah.
No, it's the shingles on my forehead that I got. It's almost like somebody, if I get them, it's just like somebody has emptied the gas tank. It's like I have no gas in my tank.
Yeah.
It's bad.
When I lived in New Mexico, talking about asparagus, when I lived in New Mexico, we used to go down to the Rio Grande and
piker.
The what?
Diane is laughing. Piker. Yeah. What kind of piker am I? Sorry, go on, Dee Dee.
We used to go down to the Rio Grande in the spring, and the asparagus was growing everywhere, just wild asparagus.
Oh,
And
wow.
we used to pick. You know how they used to have the big paper bags in grocery stores, the really big ones?
Uh-huh.
We used to pick paper bags full and take them home, and it was just wonderful.
Let me tell you a funny story. When I had a partner in the late 80s who, like we were living in Queensland, and they had a very big kind of police state happening there at the time. And so there'd be regular drug busts of people's places, just police would turn up, everybody'd have to stay where they are, and they'd go around and search. It was it was really bad in Queensland, and I lived in that for quite a while, and then I left in 1988. But so I was regularly at drug busts. I didn't smoke dope at the time. I did smoke dope when I was during my early years, like my 20s and late teens, early 20s. But then I sort of stopped. But anyway, I always seemed to be at these drug busts, like they'd come in and look for dope. Anyhow, but my partner at the time,
suspect.
yeah, but yeah, exactly. But my partner at the time, she used to go to. I think I can say this because I'm not going to mention who it is or anything. But she used to go over the border and get these big shopping bags full of dope. Like dope leaves, like grass.
Yeah.
And she'd bring them back and sort of, and then kind of basically distribute them and sell them because, she had a family that she had to support and stuff. So that's how she used to do it, Didn't do it too often, but did it enough to kind of help her along. And I walked into her room. She'd obviously been on a trip. And here she was with this huge bag, like, and this is in Queensland, where you could get in real trouble. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You could get in real trouble for that amount.
Queensland was very fascist.
It was very fascist then. And you could get in real trouble for that amount of grass, right? That amount of pot.
Yeah.
So I almost, like, my mouth almost hit the ground. Because I didn't know that was going on, right?
Yeah.
And then I see this huge shopping bag of it. So anyway, that was sort of really kind of scary. I thought, holy shit, Anyway, but she stopped, like after meeting me and sort of us being together for a while, she stopped smoking because I didn't really smoke. And that kind of thing didn't really happen after that. But that was sort of... that was really funny, I thought. It wasn't funny at the time because I was thinking, uh-oh, we're like a target now, kind of thing. Because, they were really onto that stuff. They were always harassing people. Didn't even matter if you looked differently in Queensland. Like, I often got pulled up by the cops because I had short hair, and they probably thought, oh, she's probably a dyke, so we're gonna pull her up and harass her and the people in the car.
They used to get very... quite
and
violent.
I use that word dyke, I can get away with that, reclaiming the word. But anyway, so she sort of, the cops would, pull me up, and then they'd search the car and search the people, like I'd have friends in the back of the car, search the boot and all that. That was a regular thing. So anyway, that's what fascist Queensland was like up until about 89, something like that. And I don't know, why did I bring that up? I forget. Anyhow, so dope isn't, like pot isn't legal in Australia yet, is it, Dee Dee?
No.
No.
Although it's tolerated certainly in New South Wales and ACT. I'm not sure how it's going in WA at the moment.
Right.
I mean, it depends where you are a lot.
Yeah.
It's like, I think in New South Wales you could grow 1 or 2 plants for your own consumption.
You could? In what state is that?
In New South Wales and the ACT.
Right. And we grew some in Melbourne for a little while.
Yeah.
We grew some inside the house.
My partner in New South Wales in Sydney grew some on a veranda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some rather large plants in our
smoke.
house.
I've got respiratory issues, so
Yeah.
I
Well, I would
can't
never
smoke.
smoke because now I wouldn't smoke just because I've smoked in the past, and you don't want to reignite that addiction. So smoking like tobacco.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I would never do that now. But I could probably try like a little bit of an edible and stuff. I used to really enjoy smoking hash. That was like my favorite thing. Um, Probably because I found you could control the it was easier to control how much you were getting of it. The problem with smoking leaves and things like that is you can never be quite sure how strong they're going to be. But with hash, it seems like it's easier to, because I could get a little bit paranoid if I wasn't careful.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So anyway.
Diana, no, it's not exact. I don't know if you caught this. Diana asked if weed is legal, and I said, not really. Like it's not legal to grow in any. A small quantity for yourself tends to be okay.
Yeah.
But anything more than that, no, it's not legal.
Yeah. No. I don't know why. I think they're dragging their feet because they want everything in a row so that they can make sure corporations are going to benefit from it. It's all about lining up the buddies and the corporations and sort of, have it all kind of in place so that they can control the whole business. And I think that's why it's taking so long. Yes, Didi?
Yeah.
And, in Tasmania, like we have a lot of, we joke that it should be on the rego plates of a car, it should be the state of intoxication, because we have all kinds of different sorts of drugs here now. We a big producer of opium.
A lot of wine, a lot of
whiskey.
Opium. What?
Opium.
And opium, yes.
Yeah, we're a big producer of opium.
Tasmania is, I think, the largest source of legal opioids in the world.
Yeah. So we're actually contributing to that awful crisis, the terrible drug opioid overdose thing. We're helping contribute to that, which is really awful. So, yeah. And also, yeah, we've got lots and lots of different wine producers and all kinds of things. So anyway, Eunice was saying, Didi?
What?
Eunice was saying, no, I didn't write the book. It was written by 32 different vegans of all different demographics and life experiences.
Yeah.
And
Holly said, I thought Afghanistan poppies. Afghanistan is, I think, one of the largest sources of illegal opioids.
What's that, Didi?
Holly was talking about Afghanistan as a source of opioids. Afghanistan is illegal opioids. It's promoted by the U.S. government, probably for CIA, Black Ops. I mean, they've always done that sort of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I was told.
Tasmania is legal opioids.
Yeah.
They're, given under license. The fields are all,
Well, that's what I heard, and then I heard also that it was Afghanistan. So I don't know, but I heard that we're one of the biggest producers.
We certainly were. I don't
in the
know
world.
If we are at the moment, but we certainly were.
Well, we used to drive by. It was hilarious. We'd drive by these opium fields, all the pretty little purple poppies, and they had these tiny little fences that you could literally step over.
Yeah. With a sign saying, you're not allowed to come in here.
Yes, they'd have a sign saying you're not allowed to come in here. And they'd have literally a little fence that you could step over. Yeah. It was hilarious, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Anyway, and all these poppy fields all over. Fortunately, they replaced a lot of sheep farming with poppy fields, which I was happy about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listening while doing the coffee and other stuff. Oh. So, Dee Dee, obviously you succeeded in getting past the Golden Saint, right? The Golden Saint that was killing you over and over again.
Yes, I just teleported out of there.
Oh, okay. Oh, you teleported. Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't succeed in defeating her or anything.
Yeah.
I just had to flee. I really didn't want to flee from there at the moment. But
good heavens, Nandi's eating a lot of food tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Wowza. He's being a real snorky pie. Anyway, like Jenny was saying, Breakthrough News, is a really great outlet that's kind of hit the ground running, hasn't it, Dee Dee?
Say that again.
Breakthrough News. Breakthrough News.
Breakthrough News
and
is
and
great.
it has Rania Khalek and Eugene Puryear.
Yeah.
And that's a really great channel.
Yeah, they've had some really good stuff. Another channel I've enjoyed, although it's more of a podcast thing, is Behind the Bastards.
Oh, yeah.
And not many people know of it, apparently, but
yeah,
it does some really good profiles of horrible people.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Netanyahu family. And,
oh, yeah.
yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah.
I didn't actually watch it, but I saw the title. But
they
socialism.
A two-part thing about that.
Socialism for All, that's another one I've come across where
What?
Socialism for All is another channel.
Yeah.
Which I haven't actually watched a whole lot of. I find myself, I'll mention some channel and then I find, there was about a minute where I thought that Vaush was a good channel because I'd only heard one live stream and he seemed to be behaving himself and I thought that he was really good and he was also trans. He was for trans rights, and I thought, oh, well, that's great. Somebody on the left, it's for trans rights. And then he turns out he's got all these other problems, and I thought, well, that's really unfortunate. But anyway, so sometimes I'm reluctant to actually even mention new things because,
Yes.
You don't know what they've said in the past or what they're going to say in the future and stuff. But anyway, this Socialism for All seems kind of interesting. They gave a good critique about the whole Sega and Getty and the crystal ball and Carl Kalinsky thing. That was kind of interesting. I suppose I should probably. You haven't? Have you, Jenny? What information have you got about Socialism for All? Because you were the one that warned me about Vaush. So
yeah, I haven't listened to enough of it.
No, I've only listened to a couple of them, and I kind of like their critique, but there's always something, isn't there? I mean, people probably got complaints about my channel too. I mean, there's probably things that I've said that people don't like too, but anyway, he's got a couple of okay vids. But has he got some sort of whoopsie kind of a philosophy on something? Is that what the problem is? I keep forgetting to subscribe. Note to self, Breakthrough News. I'm not sure about Socialism for All, Jera, because I really only have listened to a couple of videos, and Jenny's given some sort of alarm bell over that, but I don't know. Breakthrough. Oh, anyway, here's the Breakthrough News thing. There you go. That's Breakthrough News, Jera. And so anyway, I don't really know much about what's going on in Belarus at all, except that I know there's US meddling in there and stuff. So I'm going to have to kind of look into that. It's just sort of like completely something I haven't been paying attention to. Let's see.
Why? Why have you not been paying attention?
I don't know. I just haven't gotten to it, and I've been trying to sort of like see. I get little bits and pieces about it, but I don't really understand what's going on there. But I know that there's been some meddling by the US in it, and I'm sort of probably going to have to focus on that and see what's actually going on. Okay, so Jenny says he's not very knowledgeable about socialism, but pretends he is, and he does a bunch of drama, crap, and smears because that's what his audience wants. The smear of Christopher Lally was extra unhinged. Oh, okay. I don't know who Christopher Halali is. I'll have to look that up. Anyway, I'll keep that in mind.
I think a lot of people don't know much about socialism.
Christopher Halali is the Communist Party candidate for U.S. representatives for Vermont's at-large congressional district. Okay. Oh my, there's actually some real smeary stuff online.
Yeah, a lot of these people don't give you much information about who they are or anything else.
Yes, yes, and the man they arrested was a neo-Nazi. Oh, yes, I've heard about that, yeah, Holly.
What's that?
The neo-Nazi guy.
Yeah.
He's a communist who was running for office recently. Oh, okay. He also hates on Jimmy Dore and misrepresents Jimmy's actual positions. Oh, well, that's not great. Yeah. Oh, well.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I get little bits and some, you know how you sort of like, you just kind of, you get little bits and pieces about information that's good about from different places, and then maybe some that, you know, might be a bit questionable, and you kind of, I don't know, you can kind of get little bits and pieces from different.
Sometimes you find these things and they seem okay for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you find out, no.
His audiobooks, yeah, when he reads out the
biting at me.
Like Lenin and stuff like that. Yeah. Jenny didn't think I'll take a peek, but probably will pass because I'm tired of all the BS left on the left attacks. Yep. Taking a break from JD now. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, too much weird, so much in socialism seems to be somebody's very, very specific notion of what socialism is, and opposed to somebody else's very, very specific notion of what socialism is, and it's all a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
I hear sometimes some of these people, like Jason Unruh, who talks about all the various different bits of socialism and
yeah,
who's where and
Yeah. It's really convoluted.
Like,
very convoluted. Yeah.
Yeah. And I like him a lot, but
Yeah.
I'm not that into all of the very ideological argument stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think it's helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason Unruh does some really good reports on stuff. It's kind of interesting. I've got a little snuggle bug on my lap. I know very little really about socialism. I try not to crap on about it. I try not to, because I don't really know much about it really. Yeah, Jason Unruh is quite a good, he's a good reporter. He really tries hard to,
he's really good. I like him.
Yeah. And
he's certainly good value.
Yeah. I think he's a really good reporter.
I have no idea why. Well, I have some idea why he's not more popular, but
yeah, it's got an E on the end.
He should be more popular.
Yeah. I mean, he said some problematic things in the past, like I realize there's a lot of people on the left don't understand trans issues and stuff like that. I wish that there was more people being interviewed that are trans, just so that they could break through some of this stuff. But I mean, he had some sort of questionable positions about trans people. I don't know what they're like now. But I put that aside. Like, I try not to write people off if I think they're not doing things in bad faith. And I don't think he was doing that in bad faith. I think, and he doesn't seem to be doing that much anymore. But and that's a good thing. And like he just really tries to. He does these really great reports, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, and
he
like
picks
I've
up
stuck with him.
Information that you don't really see anywhere else.
Yeah. He's actually really good at picking out interesting news items and giving good takes on things. And he's kind of very quirky. He looks like he's got a mohawk. He's a big guy, and he makes his own vests.
Yeah,
he's an interesting, and he's a bit gritchy. Like, he gets a bit shitty, and he has no bedside manner really with his audience. Like he's kind of, he's an acquired taste, but he's actually really
really good.
Really good, yeah.
Yeah.
He does things. I feel like he does things in good faith, and I really appreciate that. So like I can like, if I think somebody's doing something in good faith like that, and they're not trying to lead people astray, like even if they say some cracked things that, like, I think, I don't know, I sort of like, I've been able to put aside his transphobia. He doesn't seem to be promoting. He doesn't seem to be talking about that anymore. But I could put it aside, and excuse me, and just listen to him. And every so often, I'd have a little go at him and stuff, in the comments section. And then, but I really appreciate his positions and stuff.
Just the work he puts in on stuff.
Oh yeah, he puts in so much work.
Yeah.
And he does it all himself, and like he's been doing that now for 12 years, and like he's got like 43,000 people. He should have so many more people watching his stuff. So many more.
Yeah, it's discouraging when you have people who are doing absolute fluff.
Yeah.
And
absolute fluff, or
like
low-hanging fruit, like Carl Kalinske, low-hanging fruit about electoral politics, and he's making $14,000+ a month. I mean, what the hell,
Yeah.
It's just, but that's it, isn't it? If you're just going to do middle of the road, kind of easy, safe stuff, right? Of course you're going to make more money. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just how it is. Of course you're going to make more money. You can, and like, and of course the people who are making more money because they're doing safe stuff
Yeah.
would never think to have someone like him on, or even some of the more, like people like, that, like, I don't know, the Martins, or whatever, that are actually doing kind of imperialist, anti-imperialist stuff. You just, they tend to avoid them, and like, I don't know. That's why it's so sort of sickening in a way when you see Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball getting Vaush on. I just think, of all the fucking people you choose to give a boost on your fucking channel, your fucking podcast, and it's that guy. Like he needs any help, right? Like he needs any boosting, for one. And what you're boosting is complete bullshit. And just leading people, confusing people more, and keeping them in the status quo.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's wrong. And all those people are making a lot of money, all of them, aren't they, Didi?
Yeah. I agree with what Jera's saying here, that everyone has a personal idea of what socialism is, but most people recognize it as people first instead of money first. Basically, it's that whole idea from the idea of the social contract.
Yeah.
That, we have to work together for the benefit of everybody. I mean, that's the most basic thing.
Yeah.
And you've got First International Socialism, Second International Socialism,
Yeah.
Third International Socialism, Maoism, all these different different varieties of socialism.
Yeah.
But in a way, it's like, I see it as each of them is really an experiment.
Yeah.
They talk about socialism with Cuban characteristics or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, sure. What's going to work for people in Cuba, or what's going to work for people in China, what's going to work for people in, wherever, will be different. And it's always a work in progress.
Yeah.
And the problem is nobody lets people alone to develop the socialism that they're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course, there's always people who are interested in power, and power is always fucked, basically.
Dan was saying, Trish, what is that cough? Sending healing love. I don't know what that cough is, but it's not COVID, Dan. But thanks for asking. I think it's just sometimes when the weather gets really, like, there gets a lot of fog and it's kind of wet and stuff. Because I used to have asthma when I was young, and I grew out of it when I was about 12. I think that sometimes the different atmospheric change kind of can create a little bit of an irritation with my lungs. Also, sometimes I inhale cat hair, and I've got a little cat on my lap, because sometimes I do a lot of kissing on the head, and I think that's probably not the greatest thing, because you can inhale
kissing
cat.
on the head.
Kidding.
And cat hair down the throat.
Yeah.
Yahoo.
Yeah. Hey, Nandi. So anyway, thanks for asking. Furballs, yeah.
Fish has furball.
Tomorrow morning we've got something to look forward to. We've got to try and we've got to try and do an ear test, where you prick the ear of the little, like, Swifty, because we have to test to see if he has, what his blood glucose levels are like, and he really, really hates it, doesn't he, Didi? Didi?
Yeah.
He really hates it, and
yes, he does.
And the thing is that if we can't do that successfully with him, if he's not going to allow us to do that, then we're not going to be able to sort of like work out what's an okay dose of insulin for him, and it means that we probably will have to abandon that and sort of go to a thing where you just give him 2 units a day, just once a day, and then do a urine test every few days. But it's sort of, that's really not so great, because it's never going to kind of control his diabetes properly. And also, if we were able to actually successfully do regular ear prick tests, we could possibly even get his diabetes in remission because we could have caught it early. So I'm not looking forward to the morning when we have to do that, but I'm trying to live in the now and not think about that because he gets so shitty. Like he doesn't really enjoy being patted very much, does he, Didi?
No.
He kind of will let you pat him for a little while and then he gets a bit pissy.
Yeah.
And so he's not even happy with people just patting him, let alone giving a little prick on his ear to get the blood up, sort of to do. So that's
No, he's very skitty cat.
Yes, he's very skitty. He's very sweet, but he's a kind of an anxious little guy.
He's lovely when he can get very relaxed when he's sleeping, and you can pat him and stuff like that. But if you tried to do anything like that, even when he was sleeping, he would wake up and he'd wonder, what the hell are you doing?
Yes. I think he's had a bit of an abusive background. We adopted him when he was 11 and a half, and he was extremely skinny. I think we've talked about him before.
Emaciated, yeah.
Yeah, he was emaciated, and I think they either were forgetting to feed him or something. So anyway, he became obsessed with food, and that's how he ended up putting on so much weight, and we couldn't manage to get it off him. And of course, we knew eventually he'd get diabetes, and voila, here we are. And he's like, "Oh, okay, Dan. Bye. Have a good day and enjoy the boat."
Bye, Dan. See you.
So anyway, yeah, so that's a bit of a bugger. Because we once had a little cat who had diabetes, and we
he was
looked
lovely.
and he was great. He was really easy to look after.
I used to do his ears every morning and every evening, and do every so often having to do 24-hour curves on him every 2 hours.
Yeah.
But he was so compliant. He would actually come. I do it in the same place, and he'd actually come and be waiting for me. I think he realized I was trying to help him out.
Yeah.
And he was a gorgeous. And it's interesting. He was actually
Excuse me.
the cat that's most similar in body type to Swifty. So John was, another kind of big, long-haired cat.
Yes.
Tabby cat.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is that you making that noise, Dee?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get out of this
Oh,
thing.
okay.
I got caught in a little
Oh, you're stuck
space
on a
of
rock.
rocks,
Yeah.
and I can't get out.
Oh, no. Oh, that's bad. Can you go backwards and go down the hill?
No. Oh, there we go. Yay. Sometimes if you work on it, your jumping gets better.
Oh, yeah. You know what I've been listening to late at night, like before I go to sleep?
How would I know?
Is, hey?
How would I know?
Rain. Yeah, I've been listening to Rain. There's many channels with Rain on it, and it's very relaxing. I don't know if you've ever tried that. Not that I have trouble getting to sleep particularly, but it's just a nice thing to listen to. Oh, excuse me. And I listen to this particular channel, the Relax Guy, and it has this guy. He'll have sort of 4 or 5 live streams of Rain going, and one of them has had 700 million views or something, they're all kind of live, and they just go 24/7, and there's a few of them that aren't like that.
Yeah.
But and they have people in the live stream, kind of talking to one another. I guess these are all people that can't sleep. I mean, it's just amazing. So anyway, I don't listen usually to the live stream. I usually listen to this thing it's just 3 hours long, and it's just called Gentle Rain or something. So that's what I've been listening to. But anyway, if you ever have trouble sleeping, they're really good. Native American flute music. I don't know if I could go to sleep listening to music particularly. But yeah, that would work though. Excuse me. Oh, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
In 15 minutes, I might have to go to bed.
Okay, I think everybody's starting to go off anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we
Native American
we might
flute music. I
We
used
might-
to enjoy Andean flute music, but I don't think I'd go to bed to it.
no. But anyway, we might go to bed soon. Is that what you're saying, Dee Dee? Yeah, we
I
might.
think maybe soon.
Yeah, I think so. So we might wrap it up, Dee Dee, and
Yeah.
so anyway, so
I'm
it
back
was
now.
lovely to see you all
Yeah.
again, and it's funny every time. Every time we come on for something like this, I sort of think, oh, we'll just do it for an hour, and then that'll be nice.
Yes.
And then like
I
3
know
or 4
that
hours
it's going to be
later,
longer than that.
hey,
I know that it will be longer than that.
yeah, but it's like, excuse
But I
me.
really enjoy these.
Actually, it's been
it's
like
so nice to actually get
it's been
together with people.
Dee Dee, 4 3/4 hours we've been
What?
on. I think we've been on like 4 3/4 hours, something
Yeah.
like that. So
Yeah.
anyway, it's been lovely seeing you all again, and lovely to see you, Jenny, Lynn, and Jen, unapologetic vegan, and Dan, and Jera, and Diana, and Holly, all the people that regularly we see and stuff.
Yeah.
Have I missed out on anybody's name? I hope
Well,
not.
we may do some more live streams. What do you think, Tricia?
Yeah, it was great to
I
see
think
you,
that'd
Jenny.
be really nice.
What's that?
I'd enjoy doing this more often.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
I mean, we haven't done it since February, so
yeah.
yeah.
Well, maybe in a couple of weeks. I
Yeah.
don't want to just get on and kind of have nothing to say and stuff. That's just kind of taking up people's time with. I mean, it's also nice just to sit and hang out too, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to do it too often because, like, people
Yeah,
have
it's
got
just-
time is precious and stuff.
Yeah.
But maybe in a couple of weeks. How's that sound, Dee Dee? Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Couple of weeks, either Friday or Saturday, something like that.
Okay. That sounds
Okay. Anyway, but we'll if you just subscribe to the Substack and stuff, and then I know that I didn't get much notification for this one. I'm sorry, because we just kind of like thought, oh, that sounds like a good idea. But anyway, if you want to join this, so the Substack, so that then you'll always get the notifications. That'd be really great. Anyhow, yeah, it's just nice to hang out and just chat about stuff and chat about whatever. Sorry about all the cat stuff. we go from really serious topics then to talking about little cats because they're so sweet, and then back to serious topics. But anyway, so lovely to see everybody, and I hope that you have a lovely day. So Dee Dee's going to end the live stream shortly. So
Yeah.
do you want to do the honors, Dee Dee?
Okay.
Okay, so we love you all, and please keep safe, and until we talk to you again.
Okay.
Okay, big hugs.
Big hugs to everyone.
Bye for now.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.